Recording in progress. Olivier, can you hear us?
I can certainly hear you. Vint, can you hear me in the room?
Yes, we can.
You can indeed. Okay, excellent. We're going to be a couple of minutes late because I just have a bombardment of messages of people that cannot find the Zoom room for some reason, but they have to be registered. So let me just check this out quickly, and then we can start in about a couple of minutes.
Okay. This is Vince Cerf, just checking to see whether Alejandro Pisanti has joined us or not.
Yes, Alejandro is joining.
He is, but he's one of the people that has a problem finding the Zoom. This is the problem. I'm with him, corresponding with him at the moment. He's going to be there in a second.
So it's nice to know that the people online are having as much trouble finding the way around cyberspace as we do in this big building.
This has become becoming a standard thing at IGF meetings to have a maze both online and offline. It seems it's part of the fun, I guess.
I don't think so.
People online don't miss the fun of having to find rooms and staircases and things like this. It's a bit more lazy, I guess, when you're just sitting, but you still have to search. Now, I'm not sure. Do you have a local moderator that's well, somebody that's in charge of the technology that will be able to show it? I don't know if you have any cameras in that room.
Well, I suggest that we proceed anyway, because I have to leave in an hour, and we certainly want. This is such an important topic. We need to get into it.
Yeah, and I can see you. You just arrived.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I can actually see you as well now. So
Okay.
there is indeed a camera in the room, which is good. Let's start in 1 minute. I've just got to send.
Okay, we'll hold our breath.
All right, let's get going. And apologies for this small delay. This is what you get when you do hybrid meetings. Not only do you have to find the room locally, but also online. So welcome everyone to this year's session of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values. This session today is going to be dealing with geopolitical neutrality of the global internet. How does it relate to core internet values? Well, for those people that are not aware of our coalition, we've spent several years looking at the technical architectural values of the internet, the technical identifiers, the system by which the internet runs today, which means primarily just the technology and the invariance that the internet was built on. We've got quite a number of papers published on this, but these include things like the internet being decentralized of any or free of any centralized control, apart from the coordination of the domain name system, of course, but also the internet being end-to-end, traffic being able to travel from network to network, and the internet, of course, being open for everyone to connect to. And I guess some of these values really have been eroded a little bit over time. We can see that with the change in network neutrality and filtering and so on, some of those values have been somehow eroded. But more recently, there has been a bit more emphasis due to several conflicts around the world on the network being accessible by everyone, and actually some calls by some countries to actually disconnect some parts of the network. Now, technically speaking, it's already a challenging thing, because as we know, it's a network of networks, and with this being architectured the way it is, it's pretty hard to disconnect specific parts of a network that is completely interconnected by several links to the other parts of the world. And especially when one looks at the geography of it, because as we know, the internet is not delimited by countries, but actually by networks, which sometimes span several countries. So the real world limitations of nation states often doesn't apply, except in those places where nation states have actually established some very strict controls over the traffic that comes in and out of the country. We'll be touching on many of these issues, I guess, in today's call. But this session itself was triggered among the organizers by the request of Ukraine a certain while ago, at the beginning of the war where Russia invaded Ukraine, of this beginning of this conflict, where the Ukrainian GAC representative and the Ukrainian government asked for first ICANN to somehow put a block on top-level domains .ru and .su, the two Russian top-level domains, country code top-level domains. So it asked for ICANN to do something about that and block it, and also asked other network providers to effectively block the Russian internet and cut Russia off from the internet. The story goes that the request was received, and the request was kindly declined because these organizations that today run the technical identifiers, like IP address distribution, like RIPE NCC, and ICANN, that coordinates the global system identifiers of domain names, are not political organizations. They're not the United Nations with resolutions that get voted at the General Assembly, etc. These are technical organizations that are there to make sure the internet works. And therefore, disconnecting the internet is not something that is in their mandate as such, and especially when it comes down to anything that is politically inclined or triggered by real-world items. So we have some kind of an empty space, if you want, in that. Now, aside from that, of course, the question is who would, if there was such a possibility to turn some parts of the internet off, who would have the famous kill switch, who would have the possibility to turn things on and off? It's not unknown that some parts of the world some countries have turned off the internet in their part of the world, but usually they have done it as turning it off in their own territory, from whom they have jurisdiction. But for an international organization to do that, it's completely uncharted territory. Yet, some leading members of the internet community signed a common statement also back a few months ago toward the multi-stakeholder imposition of internet sanctions. And that opens the door to the internet community having some kind of means to decide on whether sanctions such as disconnection or other kind of traffic throttling would be appropriate or not. There's a statement that is actually published and linked to our agenda. If you haven't read it, I would strongly advise that you have a look at it. And in fact, we have several panelists that will be able to speak about this too. Now, I don't have a full view of who is in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa. I welcome you in the room. I welcome those participants online. And so today our speakers include Bastian Goslings, who is the Senior Policy and Government Advisor for RIPE NCC. RIPE NCC being the organization that distributes the IP addresses, Internet Protocol addresses, throughout the European and Middle Eastern region. They cover a pretty wide region, one of the regional Internet registries. We have Bill Woodcock, who's joining us online, who's the Executive Director of Packet Clearinghouse. Bill has been one of the signatories of this statement regarding a multi-stakeholder imposition of Internet sanctions. So hopefully he'll be able to shed some light over this and take it from there. We have Iria Puriosa, who's an International Research Advisory Council member, an advisor on social media and peace building at the Tode Institute in Washington, D.C. And then Veronika Datzer is also joining us. She's a policy advisor in the German Parliament, but she was previously a researcher for NATO. So with the current conflict in Ukraine, NATO being one of the incumbents, I guess, somehow not being directly related to the conflict, but with all the countries around it, she'll probably be able to shed some light on the network side of things and network situation. And then, of course, we have Vinton Cerf, who is joining us, the Internet evangelist from Google. Vint, unfortunately, has to leave in about an hour's time, so I'm probably speaking a bit too much and impeding on his time, which is often what I do at the beginning of these calls. I'm Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. Joining us online also is Alejandro Pisanti and Shiva Subramanian Muthusamy and Jolie McPhee also, with the four co-organizers of this session. Now let's move on forward, and I think that the first thing that maybe would be helpful is if Bill Woodcock could take us through this this background, or if you want, on how did this statement towards the multi-stakeholder imposition of Internet sanctions came up, and I guess what it actually proposes. And then we can take it from there and look at whether it's appropriate for the Internet to be turned on or off with those kinds of situations. If the Internet technical infrastructure is currently, as it currently is defined, able to impose sanctions as such, is the Internet management and administration as currently defined willing to impose sanctions? And in fact, if it does, isn't it breaking core Internet values? So quite a number of things to discuss here. But let me stop right now and turn it over to Bill Woodcock. And I think Bill is joining us online, I think, as well. So, well, I know he is. So welcome to you. And I see Alejandro has made it. Excellent. Welcome. And the question is, has Bill joined us actually online?
Thank you, Olivier. Welcome, everybody. I don't see Bill on the roster here.
Problem. Okay, that's a bit
so
of a
I could
great
take
sign.
this
But over
up
to you,
very
Alejandro.
quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, because Alejandro, you've been following this quite closely. So please.
Well, I was one of the signatories of the statement, and I was invited by Bill and others and consultants before it was actually finalized and drafted. So very briefly, the question is: there are parties on the internet, in the internet management, who believe that there should be a response to the request, but made by the Ukrainian authorities. So let's go one step back. There was a request from the Ukrainian authorities to ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, to shut down a number of functions for Russia on the internet, such as blocking the CCTLD, blocking some sets of IP addresses, and so forth. Some of these requests are not within ICANN's authority at all, such as dealing with certificates, and others would require a process that has to be equitable, it has to be bottom-up, and has to be rigorous in order not to be arbitrary. So ICANN declined the request it did do something, which is provide some funds for uh, for keeping the infrastructure functioning in the Ukraine while it was being damaged by the war. And on the other hand, a number of parties, which are ISPs and others who run the uh, certain key operations of the internet, decided to work on whether there's a scheme for imposing the equivalent of sanctions on the internet. It has to be a multi-stakeholder process. It has to be bottom up. It has to be some policy development for these decisions. It has to be equitable and fair. And it also has to be protective of the uh, functioning of the internet as a whole, as a global, interoperable, end-to-end network. So there's a number of criteria for the equivalent of sanctions, which the equivalent of sanctions would be, for example, to blocking certain traffic from certain origins or towards certain destinations, which is considered harmful. And for deciding what is how to choose what traffic or how to designate what traffic you would block. This is a voluntary process. It's not imposed by any law, and the criteria are very similar. They have a precedent for traffic management on the internet against spam, phishing, and other malicious activity. So that's basically what you get. You have to have a criteria that's very similar to that is based on real risks, and that's also reversible and minimally damaging, or at least potentially minimally damaging for other operations. One of the things that are opposed, for example, when you try to block .ru, the domain name for the CCTLD domain name for Russia, is that you would be precluding Russian citizens from getting information from outside. You have a country at war, you have control, internal governmental control over the communications, and you would actually be reinforcing that by isolating the country's population. So that's the kind of considerations that went into this statement. And it has now been a few months around. We have to see who has enacted it and what the consequences and the assessment of the consequences are. Thanks. I hope, Olivia, that serves as an introduction. Certainly, if Bill joins, he'll be able to provide some more up-to-date information about this.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. It is very good to have you being able to stand in. I just got a note from Bill that he is stuck at the moment and he has a problem joining, but he will be hopefully joining us in a short moment. The next speaker I would suggest perhaps would be to start with Vint Cerf, because I know that Vint has to leave at the top of the hour, and then we'll go through each one of our panelists and have their opening statement and an angle on the topic. So let's have Vint Cerf, please.
That's very kind of you, Olivier. I actually don't have to leave until 10:30 our time local, but I'll take advantage of an open microphone anyway, as you all know. First of all, I think it's vital to appreciate that the internet is nothing if it isn't connected. And so its connectivity is vital to maintain to the extent that we can at all times. The notion of some sort of sanctions and things of that kind are not unreasonable, especially for bad behavior in the online world. And this is a topic of continuous discussion, certainly within the leadership panel and other parts of the IGF. And we do need to take into account doing something about bad behavior. But my strong view is that the something that we should do should not be to shut down the internet. Now, you all already know that some parts of the world are capable of shutting down their pieces of the internet. And this is perfectly okay from the engineering point of view. We may not like it from the policy point of view, but it is technically possible to shut down pieces of internet. There are several ways to do it. The first one is to turn off all the electricity and let the batteries run out. The second thing is to shut down the underlying communication system that carries the packets, which is a typical way in which some countries turn off access to the internet. We can't do anything about that, but as long as that behavior doesn't leak out of the borders of the country that chooses to do that, to shut the internet down domestically. I think it's well within their territorial rights to exercise that prerogative. We can all object to it. We can look for ways of helping citizens get back into access on the net. But I don't think that we should take a position that countries aren't allowed to turn off the internet. We don't like it, but I don't think that we can stop it. On the other hand, we don't want the entire internet to be shut off. What we want to do is to make sure that under all circumstances, our notion of universal connectivity is maintained, that the basic internet infrastructure is apolitical, that it is insensitive to the kinds of traffic that flow. That's both a benefit and a hazard. It's a benefit because we don't care what applications flow in the packets. That makes the internet an extremely flexible system. When new applications come along, as you know, you get to reinterpret the bits in the packet, and that allows you to implement a new application without changing the network. And that has been a very important property of the internet design. At the same time, because it's so neutral, it will also transport really bad stuff. And we all recognize that we have to do something about it, but we need to do something about it at the right layer in its architecture. And it's not the right place to do it is not to shut off the routing system. Now, there are certain situations where actions are taken for bad behavior that are down in the closer to the core of the internet. Some of you will remember that there was a global council on the stability of cyberspace, and they put together about, I don't know, a dozen suggested norms for behavior in the online environment. And one of their first norms was to say that we should have an agreement, a norm, not necessarily a treaty, that said we would not attack and undermine the basic core of the internet. That means you don't attack the routers, you don't attack the domain name servers, you don't attack the underlying communication systems that link the routers to each other. That was a norm that they recommended, thinking that if we adopted a norm, that it might later even become something that could be treaty material. And I agree with that basic idea, but now let me remind you of things that take place which I think are legitimate. In the domain name system, well, in the browser system, let me get this right. In the browser system, which is up in the application space, it's possible that you will detect a badly behaved certificate authority. And we're relying on the certificate authorities for DNSSEC, for example. And if a certificate authority has issued a false certificate that would cause us to believe that a particular domain name goes to an IP address where it really doesn't belong, the browser people, including ours at Google, have taken it on themselves to shut down their belief in that particular certificate authority. They will not give credit to a certificate coming from a sanctioned certificate authority. And that sanctioning takes place at the level of the browser operation. So I consider that to be a very reasonable response for protecting users from harm. So that's an example of that. Now, what about a denial of service attack? Suppose you're an internet service provider, you're operating a piece of the internet, and someone launches a denial of service attack against a target. We should not close our eyes to that. We should not take the view that it's okay if that denial of service attack continues because we don't want to touch the operation of the internet. In fact, a responsible ISP will try to divert that denial of service attack. One way to do that is to black hole the traffic coming from a particular source. Another possibility is to divert the traffic so that it doesn't hit the actual target. So there are going to be situations in which a kind of sanctioning takes place in the operational internet or in the application space. I don't think that violates our basic notion that the internet should continue to operate as much as possible at all times. But we do have to accept that bad behavior has to be dealt with. I would draw your attention to the various ways in which bad behavior is dealt with in other contexts. One of them is to impose sanctions in a different domain. For example, financial sanctions. You'll see companies being fined for bad behavior. You'll see in the case of Russia today and in the course of the Ukraine war that a number of financial sanctions have been taken against Russia. And those are examples of ways in which you can introduce sanctions that don't necessarily undermine the basic operation of the internet. So you can imagine considering sanctions, but I don't think that they should cause the internet to malfunction. So Olivier, I'll stop there. I want to say just one other thing, that whatever you have to say on this subject is important to me, because I want to be able to convey your views back to the leadership panel, which I will be meeting with at 10:45 today. And so this is just an example of the important opportunity for you to deliver information to me and other members of the leadership panel so we can assimilate that into our thinking. So I'm eager to hear your view of how we should deal with bad behavior.
Thank you very much for your views, Vint, and thanks for relaying this over to the leadership panel. I know there have been a number of questions as to how the leadership panel would be fed with the bottom-up process of the IGF, and it's great to see that one of its active participants is actually completely practicing the bottom-up model. Now, Bill has made it, Bill Woodcock, and so I'd like to turn over to him and to expand on both what Vint has said, of course, and also on that letter that he co-signed.
Hey, my apologies again for being late. I walked over to my office to join from my office, found that the building management had changed the door code overnight without warning anybody, because this is, you know, crazy early for anybody to be at work at Paris. So I was one of the GCSC commissioners, one of the authors of the norms that Vint just mentioned. And so I, of course, agree with those and agree with Vint's agreement with them. The problems with sanctions are in two areas. Hang on just a moment. Sorry, it's also time for kids to be off to school here. So there are basically two problems. One is on the side of the internet service providers who have to do the blocking. The other is on the side of the government. The problem on the side of internet service providers is typically overcompliance. There's also undercompliance, but undercompliance is kind of the default state, right? If people don't do anything to comply with sanctions, then the sanctioned entity gets away with whatever it is that they were doing that was bad. But, you know, they're probably going to get away with it. Also, the point of the sanction is just to add friction for them, right? To increase their costs, decrease society's costs in subsidy of them. On the side of government, the problem is harmonization. What we found in implementing all this is that there are many governments and intergovernmental organizations which define sanctions, like the United Nations and the European Union and the United States and the UK and Japan. Each have their own sanctions regime. Of all of the sanctions regimes in the world, the only one that is machine readable and published in a single predictable location is that of the United Kingdom, and their system for doing so was broken last time I checked. So they're doing the right thing, but it's not always available, and it's not harmonized with any other governments. So they're doing the right thing from a unilateral perspective. But what's really needed here is harmonization between governments and sanctions regimes. That doesn't mean that every sanctions regime has to cover exactly the same sanctioned entities. What it does mean is that when two of them are covering the same sanctioned entity, that it be identifiable that that is the same one. And right now that's not possible, because most sanctions regimes are published in the form of somebody saying, hey, you intern, type up a memo, throw it on the top of the stack of the other memos. Last time we did that. And then hopefully it gets disseminated somehow. So they're all like published in different formats, on paper that has been mimeographed and then scanned and faxed somewhere. And they all transliterate the names of the sanctioned entities into the local governance language without leaving the original for comparison. And each of these transliterations winds up being completely different. You get things like, I think we found 23 different renderings of the Russian phrase joint stock corporation, right? So if there were 23 different sanctions regimes, you would find, as many as 23 different renderings of the name of the same organization. And so as a network operator, that input is garbage, right? It's almost impossible to work from that input. So the amount of harm to the internet of someone blocking a sanctioned entity is very close to zero, right? Or it's a large net positive in many cases, right? The troll farm is sanctioned. If the troll farm were actually blocked from the internet, we would have far less disinformation and, things would be better. There's a lot of online crime that would go away if sanctioned entities were blocked from the internet. If North Korean military units were blocked from the internet, there would be a lot less cybercrime around cryptocurrency theft, for instance. So there are a lot of net positives from actually implementing sanctions, but when network operators are faced between a choice of trying to figure out the garbage input and doing, and failing and either doing nothing with it or over complying, that's what they do. Either they do nothing or they over comply. Both are bad outcomes, right? Because neither helps the internet, neither embodies the spirit of the law that applies to the internet service provider. But fundamentally, if the input is not garbage, if governments are able to harmonize and to render sanctions in the native script and canonical form of the name of the sanctioned entity, then the detective work to figure out what internet resources are associated with the sanctioned entity is actually surprisingly well in hand. There are people who like doing internet detective work, and much of it is subject to automation anyway. It's really not that big a deal. And, we're already very good at doing this because we already block lots and lots and lots of internet resources for anti-malware, anti-phishing, anti-child pornography, anti-terrorism reasons, right? There are many, many reasons the internet is already blocking resources. Looking just at Quad 9 that I'm on the board of, we're blocking about 4 million resources at any given time with a daily turnover of about 400,000, right? So, and a false positive rate of, I think, 0.06%. So, and a removal time, I can't remember. The removal time is just, it's like in the minutes, right? So in the very, very infrequent instances in which something gets blocked by accident, the internet is really good at fixing that problem also. So there isn't a technical problem with implementing sanctions once the sanctioned entities and their resources are identified. And, we have sort of the implementation project that is, largely done. So the work at this point is really all about government harmonization. And there is a fairly substantial effort underway there, but harmonizing anything between many governments is a inherently slow project. So that's where things are right now, to the best of my knowledge and understanding. And I'm sure there'll be lots of discussion, time for questions later. So I'll stop here.
Thanks very much for this, Bill. Very interesting angle on the topic. I'm going to rearrange things a little bit because the speakers as listed in our agenda were listed in first name alphabetic order. You mentioned sanctions, and sanctions obviously in many cases are things that happen at the United Nations with member states. Veronika Gatze, who is with us, is a policy advisor in the German Parliament, so Germany is of course one of those countries that could impose sanctions, and so I wanted to turn over to her and get her angle on the topic. Veronika, please, you have the floor.
Wonderful. Does it work now? Yes. Okay.
It does. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. As already mentioned, I'm a policy advisor, so my views are, of course, very political. Before I go into the German or maybe European perspective, maybe just 2 quick words on NATO. NATO itself doesn't sanction, and this was actually never really discussed. The focus was more on how can we become more resilient with regards to A, supporting Ukraine, and B, supporting all NATO allies in case of cyber attacks. But sanctioning by NATO as an actor, so to say, wasn't really in the room. I would like to start with sanctions generally. Sanctions have been found to not necessarily work if they are very general. This is when it comes to financial sanctions. This is when it comes in regimes that we've seen throughout the 1950s to 2000s, I would say. Sanctions only work when they are targeted, or they have the possibility to work when they're targeted. And sanctioning the internet in an entire country is the very opposite to a targeted sanction. So whilst, of course, in Germany and in Europe, everyone was very much shocked by the events and is still horrified by it, sanctioning or cutting Russia off the internet as such wasn't really up on the tables, because it would predominantly harm not only the regime but the people living there. And that also includes people that might actually want to protest against what's going on in terms of the injustices. But also, as we see with cyber attacks worldwide, we never quite understand how wide the consequences can be, because often actors are impacted by internet shutdowns or cyber attacks that we don't see as the primary or the central actors that should be sanctioned, targeted, etc. So whilst I understand the call for it, I do believe also from a political point of view that the effects would have been dramatic and very much adverse across the entire world. Nevertheless, I think we need to look at the internet from a political perspective, and I think that's why I'm here. It is no longer a neutral place in the world, and as just mentioned, we need to find ways to tackle the harm that is going on there. The internet is so much part of international relations as well as domestic politics, because it simply defines every part of our lives at the moment. It's not just the economy, but society, security, military security. So we need to find solutions, and I do think we cannot no longer see the internet as simply a neutral place, because it is very geopolitical and it has an impact on every part of our life. I would like to go more from sanctioning the internet towards, because I don't think that's a solution that we can do, that we can work on, but I would like to make 2 points on the other side of it. I think we do need to make big tech companies more responsible and for them to take up more responsibility in keeping the internet open and free, and in my point of view also democratic. That's a political view, but bear in mind that is why I came here, I guess. And I think the other thing, apart from a more political view that we expect from the, I guess, infrastructure of the internet as well as the companies connected to that, is an approach that helps to prevent nationalization of or fragmentation from the internet. We see not necessarily internet sanctions as the challenge or a driver of internet fragmentation, but more nationalization, because when the debate on internet sanctions came up, also came up the debate that Russia wanted to shut off its entire internet from the rest of the world. And we see that in countries that internet infrastructure can become more nationalized, for example in China. And I think this is something we need diplomacy, we need big tech, but we need all of us to kind of work against, because that is also a challenge that we need to look at and that we need to fight against in terms of internet fragmentation. For me, Iran is another example I would like to add here. We see that the internet is shut down there, and demonstrations are made increasingly challenging by that. And I think it is our duty to react from a democratic perspective. And I think not only Iran, but also what is going on with regards to Twitter, for example. Elon Musk for me is a political issue. Starlink deactivating or activating is a political issue. We can no longer think the internet is neutral, and so this is my call to think of it as a political space, think of it as a space that can be democratic, open and free, if we work together and if we keep it open, and of course in terms of the infrastructure, neutral, but to find political solutions to the harm that is done.
Thank you very much for this, Veronica. And I see a couple of hands up. What I'd like to do is to first give the floor to all of the panelists, and then indeed, when you put your hand up, we'll be able to go through questions and comments on the different interventions that we've had. We've spoken of sanctions, and we do have a participant from a country that has been subjected to sanctions, and that's Iriapiosa from Venezuela. Interestingly, sanctions on Venezuela have not targeted internet, but there's been some other type of, I guess, interventions on the internet itself. Let's hear from Iriapiosa. Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me to be part of the panel. Yes, Venezuela have been on their series of fierce personal individual sanctions for government officers that have been going on for since 2014, as I remember. And more recently, since 2018-19, it started to get some economic and financial sanctions going into the oil industry mostly. The country have been sanctioned on the use of internet resources, and actually have been some issues about people asking about internet entities, ICANN or Internet Governance Forums, to have some pronunciation about issues of censorship and blocking of the content on the internet in Venezuela, and it never moved on. So the answer in these bodies in general was we are no political bodies. We are not going to discuss the political situations or any specific countries, and we can act on that. That was always the answer every time that issue came out. As I think it was similar to, it wasn't specific to Venezuela. I think it was similar to other countries with autocratic regimes had issues of human rights violations, including issues directly affecting freedom online. And even though, as a person working on issues of policies related with human rights and freedom of expression online, I will be advocating for more attention to these issues in Latin America, in particular, is the area I will work, but actually globally. I really understand that principle of the technical infrastructure in the internet and the technical bodies guarding that infrastructure being neutral. And it had been a long way on that process. We have that process until we are now. Now I started to see in forums like this, in the internet governance forums and other discussions, people are starting to move to where we should not be that neutral. We should tackle some harms, and I cannot see that with concern. I'm concerned about where is going to stop that that involvement in political issues, where we are going to draw the line on what is something a body like ICANN or the Internet Governance Forum as a kind of advisory space, a space of dialogue or deliberation, can intervene in political issues. We are talking about here like imposing sanctions to bad actors, but who is going to define who is a bad actor? What are the criteria for that? What is the rule, the process, the rule of law to apply that? What is the first, what is the law? What is the process? Who are the actors? What are the criteria? So all of that seems to be very confused. And I feel like it's a lot of pressure from both authoritarian governments trying to impose their view about sovereign internet, and democratic countries trying to establish some restraints for those authoritarian countries. And I had my own political views, but I don't see how a body like ICANN can make a decision about what is the right political stance. So we are entering a very dangerous situation in a very complex space. And talking from the point of view of kind of civil society, I think the only way to get out of that conflict is to take a very political stance, but centering human rights. So instead of deciding the majority of the countries in this particular political forum decided they want to sanction the other country, and the internet technical bodies execute that sanction. They do the technical work to make happen what these political actors have decided. I don't see that happen. I see the creation of some policy advisory body who can oversee with all the political actors are respecting human rights online, are protecting data, protecting freedom of expression, protecting access. So that should be the role of the kind of organization, the multi-stakeholder system of internet governance should be taking that role. So centering human rights instead of being the executors of political decisions taken from any sort of coalitions who happen to be the majority in a specific conflict. Otherwise, it's going to be a very controversial space and a space for growing conflicts, and I don't believe where we want to go there.
Thank you very much for this, Celia. We therefore have a proposal on the table for how to judge on those on those decisions using a human rights framework approach. How do we implement something like this? Let me turn to Bastian Goslings from RIPE NCC. Is RIPE geared for this sort of thing, imposing sanctions, actually turning policy into actions on the internet?
Thank you very much, Olivier. Nice to see you all. My name is Sebastian Goslings, indeed representing the RIPE NCC. You briefly referred to it, Olivier, in your introduction, but for those who are not aware, the RIPE NCC, Réseau IP Européen Network Coordination Center, is the regional internet registry for the region Europe, Central Asia, Middle East, including the former Soviet republics. And the core service that we provide, we do many things, but the core service we provide is the allocation of IP address space, previously IPv4, but that's run out for us now, and IPv6 address space to our members, which currently are more than 20,000 entities that run their own networks and require these resources across that entire service region. The RIPE NCC itself, the organization is based in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. It's an association, a non-profit organization, and needs to abide by Dutch law. More and more law is not necessarily initiated within the Netherlands, but coming from Brussels, the European Union. And from that perspective, I think it's important. Like we talked about the request we got from the Ukraine in March, and I think my neighbor Vincerf, he put it very, very eloquently. What the risk is, if we really get the underlying infrastructure, the core of the internet involved in these type of matters. And our response was also towards the Ukrainian government that, as unfortunate and as tragic as the situation is in the Ukraine, we really sympathize with the need, to act, upon the aggression that is inflicted on them. We could not follow up on the request, and the basic one that affected us was actually a request to withdraw all IP address space from our Russian members. It's not in our mandate. It's not within the policies, that determine how we run our organization, which are actually set by a multi-stakeholder community across our entire service region, which includes, as I said, many jurisdictions. And it's also something, like from a sanction perspective, I think that needs to be decided, imposed. I don't know if that's the correct English word or not, actually by public authorities. Hopefully, with due process, in a democratic fashion, demonstrating that a certain sanction is indeed necessary and proportionate in relation to the goals that are meant to be achieved, that is going to be effective. And the request from the Ukrainian government as such, and us potentially following up on that, which we couldn't do, and we argued why not. I wouldn't consider that as such a sanction from an actual public authority that this has, the authority actually to impose a sanction. But just so you know, there are other sanctions which are set in the European Union. In our case, economic sanctions. There are lists of entities, private persons that are put on a sanctioned list, in this case also from Russia. And potentially, and not only potentially, but actually, some of those are also related to members that we provide services to. So we are affected by the sanctions, and a number of those members we actually had to freeze the resources for. So they cannot transfer, for instance, IP resources. I cannot get additional ones. It is probably good to emphasize the fact, while those resources are frozen, they can still continue to use them. So, for instance, a Russian ISP or something, could still offer a service to its customers, businesses, and end users. But besides, the fact, that based on not having the mandate, I think to respond to a request like the one the Ukrainian government came up with, I think it's also important to mention the fact that this entire system and the services that we provide is basically based on trust. We don't have any God-given authority actually to enforce what we're doing, right? It's only because people actually believe that we are a trusted, neutral, authoritative entity in this case, that we provide those resources, and related to that, we have a public database that everyone can check, like to actually see who has been provided which resources and actually is allowed, entitled to use those. networks use those resources then to base their routing decisions on. So it's only based on trust. If someone says, oh, I don't trust this, I'm going to set up my own registry and I'm going to use my own resources, technically speaking, that is an option. So from that perspective, it is quite a vulnerable system. And we already see, and I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, but I think I noticed a Russian governmental official on the Zoom call. We already see, like in certain areas, that governments will respond to the fact, if they are affected by sanctions, and in this case by a private entity operating within the Netherlands from Amsterdam that is indeed offering quite a critical service in terms of running the internet, then how come within that particular jurisdiction, when affected by certain legislation, that body can act upon that and it has an impact on another jurisdiction? That should not be the case. Maybe this should be like embedded this functionality within an international multilateral organization, for instance. So we already see those types of tensions and discussions arising. And again, just to emphasize the vulnerability of the system and the trust, that is fundamental to it. I will leave it now here. I think, it's important to continue the discussion. Any other questions, that might pop up, happy to follow up on those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, Bastiaan. And I'm well aware that Vint Cerf has to leave in a moment. So before opening the floor and going on with our discussion, I wanted to give the floor to Vint so as for him to comment on the various interventions that have been heard so far.
Oh, thank you very much, Olivier. I think, first of all, I value this discussion. I want to reiterate that. Second, I want to ask you to distinguish between the technical operation of the internet as a communication system and the way in which it gets used, and the applications especially. So Veronica and I are not in disagreement, except that I would say that the underlying core communications functionality can be and should be thought of as neutral. But the application space is a whole other story, and I see she's nodding, so I think we are in agreement about that. And that is our challenge. How do we maintain this important underlying infrastructure while at the same time finding a way to discipline bad behavior? And part of this discussion is to discover ways in which we might achieve that objective. So I do have to leave now, but I will look forward to any summaries that you might produce from today's meeting and other summaries coming out of the IGF 2022 in general. I'll see to it that gets to the leadership panel. So thank you all for your time. Please keep working on this. It's a very hard problem, but it's important that we find some solutions. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Vint, and good luck on your leadership panel coming up. Bill Woodcock, you wanted to respond to Aria's intervention.
Yeah, I think that there's a very useful debate to be had here, and I'd like to engage in it a little bit, not out of any inherent need for disputatiousness or any even particular disagreement with anything she said, but a number of the things that you said, Ms. Piosa, allow further exploration of this idea. One of the things that you pointed out, scoping the problem, I think very correctly, to targeted sanctions, which are what actually happen now and what are actually at issue. The question becomes who's to decide who is a bad actor, and I believe you posited the possibility of a multi-stakeholder organization of some sort that would ensure that sanctioning decisions are made with respect to human rights. So, well, I agree with that in principle. The role of such an organization, if it were to have any effect, would presumably be to decide whether or not government-mandated sanctions should be implemented by private parties who are governed by those governments, which puts it in the position of encouraging legal non-compliance. Now, from a moral perspective, obviously there are many cases in which one would wish to encourage corporations and individuals to not comply with applicable law when applicable law is not aligned with human rights. However, it's a difficult position to create and maintain structurally, right? And if you're talking to a national incumbent phone company, which may be in part owned by a government, telling them not to comply with applicable law in the jurisdiction in which they are operating is a really tough call. So that's one thing. The second thing I'd like to bring up is we kind of can't have our cake and eat it too, in the sense that if we want to talk about this as multi-stakeholderism and say that, well, because the internet is global and it is inherently multi-stakeholder, multi-stakeholder governance processes should be used to make consequential decisions like this. Right now, who decides who's a bad actor is the internet technical community, purely. There is no other input to that decision. And as I said, it's a decision that, one organization alone is making 400,000 times a day. Taken collectively, we're looking at maybe 10 million times a day that decision is being made. Governments have essentially no input to that right now. Governments are a stakeholder, right? They should have some input to this. Also, they're a stakeholder with collectively 2,000 years of historical experience working in this specific area. The internet technical community is under no illusions that has any expertise in the area of sanctions, per se, right? Blocking malware, sure. Sanctions, not so much. So I think those are a couple of points of potential rebuttal or something, and I would love to see this discussion go further, because it's something that I am fascinated with and have to deal with. So I want to do it well.
Thanks, Bill. Eria, I see your hand up.
Yes, a very specific point. I agree almost in everything with you. We are not in a huge disagreement in principle. But it's one point I want to call attention to everyone in the panel. You mentioned the difficulty of don't complying with the legislation in the matter. So you're talking specifically about national legislation, because there's no international law in the matter. We are going to get into the problem of having very different legislation and national level, treating these problems in kind of opposite, contradictory way. So all the countries who are working on their model of sovereignty and internet are taking an approach that is completely different than that model we are used to, the open, free internet. So what that is going to eventually clash, and how we are going to decide whether it's applicable the law from those countries who decide, well, we are going to have our own internet, and when it's applied the law from those countries who say, no, this is only one global internet and you can't splinter it. So that is going to be an issue which going next. So if we are not prepared for that issue, it's going to explode. This is going to be exploding our hands. So I don't have the solution. But I think it's something we need to start a conversation on that and trying to anticipate whether we move toward having a more active role in making these kind of decisions. We are going to face that problem sooner than later.
Thank you for this area, and I'm now going to open the queue to the wider all participants in here. I'm going to ask also, since I only have a very small window into the room, that if any of my colleagues are in the room and notice some hands up, they notify me via the Zoom, so I can also slot them in the queue. At the moment, I've got Shiva Subramanian Muthuswamy, Hadia Al-Minyawi, and then Alejandro Pesanti in the online queue. Let's go over to Shiva.
It is well understood that there are some geopolitical interferences in internet governance, and politics is seeping in matters related to internet governance. There are two ways we could respond to that. One, politics can be countered by politics. It could there could be reactions and responses from one side to another, which is, I think, not the way to go for the internet, to protect the internet. The way to protect the internet is to isolate the internet from politics completely, to emphasize to the parties who are geopolitical that this is geopolitical. This is not a geopolitical space, and politics has to be out of internet governance in order to protect the internet. And what we need is a shield against politics around the core of the internet. That is how that is an approach that we have to cultivate, and that is something that every organization has to do. Emphasize that it's a non-political space rather than respond to politics. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your intervention, Shiva. Next is Hadia Al-Minyawi.
Hello. Hi, this is Hadia Al-Minyawi. I work for the Egyptian regulator, but I attend the IGF and I speak in my personal capacity. So when it comes to technical issues or technical harm, I guess from a technical point of view, it is easy to spot something going wrong or to spot harm and stop it in a way or another. And then the issue becomes, how do you punish those who initiated this harm? But the other, but if we're talking now about internet fragmentation, I think Veronica raised a very good point, where she spoke about nationalization as being a true threat to the one global internet, and as a recipe for fragmentation. And my question here, how do we, and Veronica also mentions, we need to fight this, we need to stop it from happening, but how? How can we do that? And I will just have a quick comment on what Shiva just said, where the internet should not be a political space. Well, that's not possible anymore. The internet now is a tool used by politicians, and to think that we can say, we are not going to make the internet a political space, that's not realistic. I go back to Veronica and ask, how do you think we could do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Hadia. Veronica Datsun?
I can quickly go on that. Thank you so much for that comment. I would fully agree with you and your point that we need political solutions because we are in a political situation here. One thing that governments at some point have agreed on is the United Nations. And we see, for example, with the cyber diplomacy negotiations, that there is possibilities to find solutions on the internet, on making it more peaceful. And this shouldn't be a process where, and I fully agree with points that have been raised with regards to who decides how the internet should be regulated. And I think that is a really, really, really big part of the problem we have right now, because it can't be Germany and it can't be the European Union and it also can't be Google. We all have to be included in it, and I think that's why the IGF is so important. But to come back to my point, I think the UN could be a first forum to try to find solutions with inclusion of multi-stakeholders, of course, because we are no longer in a situation that we can exclude them. and that has to go through a process that is completely inclusive to all states and big companies, at least I would say, because otherwise we find, with regards, for example, to the Declaration on the Future of the Democratic Internet, states that haven't been included in the process and therefore reject the process. So we need to find an inclusive process, and I think the UN could be a first solution in achieving that.
Thank you, Veronica. If I could just take you up on
Olivier?
this, because you mentioned here the UN framework, and yet when one looks at the IGF, that really is purely advisory and purely a discussion forum. The UN General Assembly is usually the assembly that takes positions and that actions things.
Olivier, can you hear me? Is Bastiaan speaking?
Yes, Bastiaan, go ahead.
Now, I can imagine that you don't have like a clear picture of who is in the room here and people that are not in Zoom and that would like to contribute to this discussion. So do we have room for people here to ask questions?
Definitely. I was going to give the floor to Alejandro first, and then pass the floor to someone in the room who will be able to point out who wishes to contribute.
I can assist there. So, okay, sure. Thank you.
Thanks for this. So, Alejandro.
Thank you, Olivier, and yes, thank you, Bastiaan and Veronica, for taking up this on-site coordination part. As Bill says in the chat, the internet is not a monolith. It exists within every country, every independent network. It's a conjunction of networks globally. As Haja has said, it is not possible to conceive of the internet as exempt or purified from political intervention. It's one more part of humankind's shared space. But we have to think hard is what this internet is going to be now that we can have events like war or warlike events in the core of the internet that can affect the more centrally and more densely connected parts. We will still be able to route around any damage or any congestion or any censorship. But there was a very interesting discussion about a week ago, fragmentation held by Bill Drake, and where Lindser and Andrew Sullivan from ISOC made it very clear there is no such thing as a splintered internet. Once it splinters, it's not the internet. And we have to deliver to the governments and the leaderships that you can't splinter the internet. If you start imposing a sovereign law, you will start actually removing your country from the internet, totally, or at least to a significant extent. The Internet Society, myself, and others have created frameworks which you can use as a seed, where you can see how different policy proposals, how different treaties, the work of the open-ended working group or the group of governmental experts of the General Assembly of the UN, etc., how these proposals can actually be commensurate with the internet or not. And with that knowledge, we have to work on a multi-stakeholder basis first. Here, Veronica, who I'm very glad to see joining, as well as Haja, because we see this new generation of scholars and doers, people who are simultaneously scholars, policymakers, and operators. But just it's remarkable that actually the multilateral framework has been very, very slow coming behind a multi-stakeholder. So it's more like, let's bring in the multilateral into the multi-stakeholder than the other way around. Thanks.
Thanks for your intervention, Alejandro. And I'll turn to Bastiaan then to give the floor to people in the room, to our participants in Addis Ababa.
Thank you very much, Olivier. I see 3 hands. Yeah? Shall I start off with the gentleman over here?
Thank you very much.
And if you could please introduce yourself and any organization that you represent, if any, or if you represent yourself. Thank you.
Unless there is a reason to keep anonymous.
Wonderful, thank
Unless
you.
there is such a reason, Alejandro. Yeah, but I would hope people introduce themselves. We certainly have so far.
My name is Tulio Andrade. I represent the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I would like to bring the perspective of the Global South. First of all, from the scientific point of view, we consider the internet and obviously a complex system. So from a system dynamics perspective, the internet does follow a stochastic behavior in which any dramatic intervention in the internet may obviously lead to unintended consequences, including in terms of food and energy supply chain. So from the Global South perspective, what we need the international community to do is actually to work on the basis of humility, empathy, solidarity, rather than a punitive approach, which could actually be prone to bias or to political and economic agendas, because always when we have political and economic agendas rolling the dice, what the reality that we have on the ground is that those that are the most vulnerable and they are least responsible and least involved in great power competitions, they are the ones who suffer. So we do understand that there is now a dynamic in which the internet is being used for politics, but this is highly concerning. What we need to do is actually to prevent the internet from being weaponized for goals related to international security, and to recover the vocation of the internet society and the information society enshrined in the UWIS's framework. Therefore, we have now the Sustainable Development Goals. They need to be the ultimate priority of the international community, and we have very little time to achieve and to leverage the internet for those goals. And if we fail to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, then again, from a system dynamics perspective, we are going to have a lot of instability and a political situation in which social and economic instability drivers may lead us to a prohibitive and a fragmented cooperation environment that may impair our priority of leaving no one behind. So we very much understand that there are some trends related to the use of internet for political and international security and geopolitics, but this trend must stop, and we must use the internet to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tulio. The gentleman over there, please. Introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Minilik from... Okay. Can I proceed? Okay. My name is Minilik from Information Network Society.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please? Closer.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. It's okay. It is a wonderful presentation about the geopolitical neutrality of the global internet. But I have a couple of questions. The first one is, as you know, the global internet user is 4.95 billion. And what is the current status of the domain name conflict? ICA and multi-stakeholders what are the working towards this IP address designation? As you can say, it is the space is not a political space. The internet is a global and international space. The second question is, ICA and the multi-stakeholders towards the policy to designate the unique identifier. What are the progress? What are the progress of the policy regarding to the designation of the unique identifier? Thank you.
Thank you. I saw some more hands. I suggest you take all of the questions and then give people the opportunity to respond. Please go.
Thank you very much. I'm Wanaling from Minister of Innovation and Technology, Ethiopia, and I'm a policy making analyst. I have a few questions about this sanctions of the internet, especially when the making a sanction to the some geopolitics country. It's a very dangerous to making usual business. It's doing it in a good way, especially in small business and startups will be very hard to these sanctions, and it is linked to in another way in innovation and the technology developments. So what will make this possible to the best policy making or the policy solutions to these sanctions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see a hand. Is it a lady next to you? Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Nazmus Salihin from Bangladesh. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. If we think to make the internet avoid to politics from the internet, then my understanding is we can enhance the ethical standard, moral standard of the user, and the understanding, the mental state of the user of the internet. And I think the only way to make the internet free of politics is to make the user mind free of politics and make the minds of the users more global and more acceptable for each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Olivier, if it's okay, I propose to, I don't see any hands here, but to close the queue here. We have, I think, 7 minutes left, so I will leave it up to you to...
Yeah, we have 7. Thank you very much for this, and thank you for all the interventions. I'd like to see if there's any reaction from our panelists on what they've heard. I also note that there's been a discussion going on in the chat, which often happens. There's a live on the chat and a live in the room and online. So I'd like to hear from our participants. I see Shiva has put his hand up.
I noticed something very interesting in one of the panelists' questions, that he said this trend must stop. I mean, if we respond to 2 countries playing politics and more countries respond by playing politics, then it becomes more and more splintered, and that must stop. And I don't know, there has not been a precedent, but we have to make a precedent by declaring this as a space completely free of politics. That is when the geopolitical harm that is happening to the internet will stop. That is the only way to preserve the internet. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Shiva. And as noted, we do have very little time until the end of this session, so let's turn to each one of our panelists on their points. Okay, we'll have one more person because they haven't spoken yet. Mokaberi, Samir Hussain, and then each one of our panelists will be able to give their final comments.
Hello, may I ask my question?
Yes, please go ahead. You have the floor. Mokaberi, Samir Hussain.
Hello, I'm Amir from Iranian academic community. Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. It was a very interesting session. And first of all, I should thank you for organizing this timely session. I would like to say that the important issue of geopolitical neutrality of global internet should be reflected in global digital compact. And this approach is very useful for global community. My suggestion regarding this issue that could help global community is, the first one is development of internationally legally binding agreements on cybersecurity based on principles of international law. The second suggestion is establishment of global framework, rules, and norms on accountable behavior of global digital platforms and service provider in data security, illegal content, and competition law. And defining the third suggestion is defining a common vision for internet as a peaceful and development-oriented environment for public good, not as a new battlefield and militarized environment, through signing a global declaration by all member states. And the last one, internationalization of internet and internet public core as a trust-building measure could help global internet to be geopolitically neutral. Thank you very much indeed for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's taken to the record. And let's then go through each one of our panelists, and we'll start again in alphabetical order then. Let's start with Bastien, please. Bastien Goslings.
Yeah, thank you very much. And everyone, thank you very much for participating and making very relevant and interesting comments. Especially want to comment the input from the Brazilian delegate. Very useful, and I definitely think you find an ally in us, if you can make this discussion, work at the UN level, which is a bit harder for us as a representative from the technical community. We don't have direct access to the UN. But in terms of solutions, longer-term solutions, maybe related to that, I do think it is very important, and it's not new as such, but that for us as technical community, it's very important to continuously engage with public officials and public authorities. They are the ones, we refer to the fact that is the internet neutral or not. I definitely do not think it is, and governments are going to do whatever they want to do or feel the need to do within their own jurisdictions. But what we can do is contribute, with regard to knowledge, to exactly, convey the message. How does the internet work? What are the underlying technical functionalities, right, in order to create this global, unique, interconnected network of networks? And I definitely see that, I'm Dutch. I definitely see that from the Dutch policymakers, like this demand, please help us in order to determine legislation and what also, like, especially when it comes to unintended consequences, right? What is the impact? Is it going to be effective what you're doing? And I see the same on the European Union level. So I do consider that as positive, but it remains, we need to do that. It has to be on our agenda to continuously help these public officials, right? To give them the knowledge and also like help them determine, what they think from a public interest perspective they have to do. And from that perspective, I also think, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, that it's useful to distinguish, the core of the internet, the functionalities, the numbering, the naming, the routing systems, as opposed to everything that happens on top of the internet. Close to 5 billion people are on the internet, and what happens offline more and more happens online. Sometimes even more, the effects become stronger because of the network effects and the specificities of the internet. So I think this dialogue has to continue all the time, and it will not stop. And whether it's appropriate to actually determine exemptions for core of the internet functionalities, either within the European Union or maybe confidence building measures on a UN level. I think those are ideas that could definitely be worthwhile considering and talking further, discussing about, maybe also within the IGF. Thank you.
Thanks, Bastien. I'm a bit concerned about time. Let's go to Bill Woodcock.
I think this is, at some levels, a very practical matter. There are two sides to this. There's the intergovernmental harmonization side, getting governments to agree on what sanctions are. And that work is being coordinated inside the OECD. And on the other side, there are some 20,000 internet networks that have to decide what it is that they are going to block and what laws they're going to comply with and so forth. And that work is being coordinated at sanctions.net. So I would encourage everyone who wants to participate in this conversation ongoing to either work within the OECD framework. There is, for instance, the business constituency, if you want to work from the private sector there rather than through government, or participate in the sanctions.net coordination process.
Thanks for this, Bill. Clearly, the beginning of a discussion and a dialogue rather than reaching the end. We still have a lot to cover. Next, we have Elia Piosa.
Following what Bill say, is another matter of concern is sanctions being discussed by the OECD, and the rest of the world is in what part of the table. That would be another issue. So for this to work, had to be a little bit more discussion, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fast, but it's important. And so I think it had to be some mechanisms for including different governments for different part of the world, and having a system with more robust and more stable on political change internal to the country. So otherwise this is going to be, well, we had this rule when this kind of political parties are ruling, we had this other rule when other political parties are ruling, and that is not something I think we should expose the internet to that. So we need to something more stable. I completely agree the internet is political because we, the users, are political beings, but we need to have some criteria for making this a little bit more stable. So the regime will to make decisions had to be more stable than our varying political views in different events.
Thank you, Eria. Next is Veronica Datza.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone that contributed. It was incredibly insightful. I want to just re-emphasize what Bastian said. I think policymakers need the technical community to understand what is going on, and that is why these discussions are so important for both perspectives, because frankly speaking, we need the technical expertise to understand what is doable, what is achievable, and what is sensible. I also want to emphasize what was just said. I think the conversation is just starting, and that's why I'm really grateful for the IGF and these institutions or forums to bring people like us together. To prevent the internet from being weaponized, I still think we need regulation, and that's what we will try to achieve best. I believe in a multi-stakeholder approach in this regard. I also do believe we need to find a decolonial south to north perspective. We need to include everyone at the table. We need to include companies as well as policymakers. And if there are any suggestions, please reach out. I'm always open for comments and feedback and insights from all perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. And closing words from Alejandro Pesanti.
Thank you, Olivier. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Olivier, because you took a lot of the load of making this panel possible, and to every participant. We're not going to do away with politics of the internet. That cat is out of the bag. It has been out there since before the internet was built. The choice of the policy preferences for an open internet was already a political choice. So let's start again. What we need is a space where politics can take place forever without destroying the substrate, the internet itself. The internet is not one monolith, as Bill has emphasized. It's lots of networks. There's a great incentive. We have to recover for the governments now mantras which we had forever on the internet side, like connectivity is its own price. You lose more than you gain whenever you lose connectivity, despite the gains that you may want to achieve. So let's start pushing more or outcomes at a multilateral level that are compatible with what has been happening on the technical and multi-stakeholder side for so many years. It's not doing away with geopolitics, it's having a geopolitics that preserves the internet as much as we have cared to preserve Antarctica, the oceans, or space. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. And just to remind, well, first thank all of our panelists for their really, really insightful points. And of course, the people that have intervened and that are participating in this discussion. Clearly, the beginning of further discussions. I think the only thing I can add is that this was a session of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values. And I think that we definitely have some more events going on in this regarding this topic. It really is something that we need to do. So thanks to everybody for having participated in this session. I realize we're a bit late, but we will be publishing some takeaways from this. And if you are interested in the work of the Dynamic Coalition and just to take part in our work and continue the discussion with our community, then the details are on the IGF website on how to get in touch. We are not elitist at all. We accept everyone, and we're very varied people as well. So sometimes we disagree on things. In fact, often we disagree on things, but sometimes we also find consensus, and this is really what this dialogue helps us achieve eventually at some point. So thanks everybody, and have a very good rest of the day, and safe travels, since this is the last day for those people that are in Addis Ababa. So have safe travels back home to wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olivier.
Now over.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Can you let me know if my audio is clear? I
Yes, I will. Is this working? Yeah. Yes? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. welcome to this session that is going to be looking at the future of internet governance through the lens of the gender and environmental sustainability priorities. Just some background to set the ground for the conversation. In 2021, APC and the partners that have joined to organize this session carried out a series of multi-stakeholder regional dialogues and conversation in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, oriented to discuss how the internet governance should look like in 2025. With the inputs of those regional convenings, we had a session at the IGF last year using the methodology of future scenarios to take a stock of the IGF process and looking at alternative principles, modalities, structure, and dynamics for the future for a people-centered, bottom-up, and impactful internet governance. The goal of this particular session today is for us to provide additional perspectives in relation to the future of the internet as a contribution for the Global Digital Compact, with a particular focus on two of the issues that the Global Digital Compact is looking at, the gender and environmental sustainability. And for that, I'm very pleased to have with me a panel of the partners that have got together to collaborate around putting together these contributions for the Global Digital Compact. So Derechos Digitales from Latin America, APNIC and .Asia for the Asia region, and Kictanet and Policy for Africa. Together with the Association for Progressive Communications. So we are going to have three parts in this session. The initial part is going to provide an input, a contribution as a provocation for the conversation around the two main focus for the session, which is gender and environmental sustainability. We are going to be having Gayatri Kandadai and Smita V providing those inputs. And then the second part is going to be around regional priorities. So we will have the partners bringing the regional input to the conversation. And then the last part will be a final remarks with some of the concluding aspects with my colleague Paula Martins. We will also have the opportunity to bring your input, questions, and comments during the session. So welcome once again, and I would like to start with Gayatri Kandadai. She's the head of technology and human rights from the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Gaia will join us remotely, and Gaia will tackle the environmental sustainability issues and the tech corporation responsibilities in relation to this issue and how that should be played out in terms of having a people-centered, sustainable internet digital future. So Gaia, welcome, and happy to hear your contribution.
Yes, thank you, Valeria. It's fantastic to see you and Smita again. In addition to being at the Resource Center now, it's not very long ago that I was still with ATC and with colleagues, so it's always great to come back to these conversations. Could you please confirm if I'm audible enough and is my speaking pace slow enough for the captioners? Should I take it as a yes?
Yes, can
yes.
you hear?
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So my role, what I'd like to do is in the next few minutes, frame two broad issues around the environmental sustainability debate and ask really around tech companies. The first aspect I would do is to frame around environmental aspects, and second around regulatory developments that seem somewhat positive, but require a lot more advocacy at the moment. So that's basically how my intervention would look like. As far as tech companies and the environmental impacts of tech companies go, before we get into the conversation around environment, we have to look at it in the broader context of the fact that overall corporate accountability in and from the tech sector has been a very hard ask. It's been a very difficult sort of journey in terms of pushing tech companies to realize and accept the fact that they function in a system where they do have responsibilities. More specifically, the responsibility to respect our rights, and in ethical terms, to refrain from causing further harm. Well, obviously, it's hard to say cause no harm because there's significant harm that they've already caused. So at the moment, the ask really is to get them to halt the harm that they're causing and not further. Or at least that's my pessimistic view at the moment. When it comes to the environmental impact of tech companies, it really is across the life cycle of tech companies. And I'm talking about all kinds of tech companies and not just privately owned tech companies, but also partially state-owned companies, but also fully state-owned infrastructure relating to tech. Overall, there has been, throughout the life cycle of all of these entities, significant environmental costs. When we're talking about at the infrastructure level, the amount of land that's taken up, amount of metals that go into setting up the infrastructure, the damage that's being caused to marine life and the oceans in the process of the speed at which we're trying to connect. So I think at that stage, there is that. And at the hardware stage, of course, there's very little that needs to be said in terms of precious metals that need the intensive need for precious metals, especially with electronic vehicles and the technology that goes into electronic vehicles. At the hardware stage, there's a lot of physical environmental damage that we're seeing in terms of the extraction of water, oil, all of that goes into this. And then when we move into the use stage of technology, and I'm talking about the user interface, the user experience of technology, the amount of energy and the carbon footprint that the tech industry is causing, not only by its own operations, but also in terms of the business model that they subscribe to. The tech industry's obsession with optimization, with profitization and profiteering till the last minute, of sort of move fast and break quick approach that the tech industry has. That is causing us to connect more, to interact more, to do more, all of which has a significant energy cost and a carbon footprint cost, as all of you might know. And then when we move on to the third phase, and I'm broadly categorizing it as you know, the pre-user phase, user phase, and post-user phase. At the third phase, it's a question of disposal of the different uses that the technology industry consumes in a way. So the e-waste that's being generated, but it's not only e-waste. The kind of culture in tech companies of not necessarily paying attention to the environmental costs, to the kind of operations that they have, the kind of energy consumption that their offices have. That also leads to a lot of other kinds of waste being generated, and especially in the name of recreation and making workers comfortable. In most big tech companies, there's a lot of waste that gets generated that's beyond e-waste. So these different phases, we are seeing significant harm that tech use and tech companies are causing. Now, unfortunately, I would say that a lot of focus that, at least from what I've observed, has been more about how consumers can mitigate this, how consumers can lower the environmental cost. Of course, consumers have a role to play. But the problem here really is that tech companies and even governments, the current way in which we talk about technology, the current obsession with doing more with tech, being more online, spending more time on different platforms, especially platforms like TikTok and YouTube, unfortunately means that it's difficult for consumers to pull back because the culture that's being pushed is totally diametrically opposite to that ask. And when it comes to addressing tech companies' responsibilities around their energy use, their environmental impact, or even broadly the question of environmental impact and tech, the platforms that are available for us to have this conversation are unfortunately limited. because most digital rights spaces are grappling with the level of digital rights abuses that we are not able to get past to delve deeper into the larger systemic issues around gender, around environment, around race, all of these aspects. And digital rights spaces sometimes are also not necessarily tailored and suited for having specific environmental conversation. So the digital rights spaces are limited in that sense because the expertise that needs to be in that space, the actors who need to be in that space to make the change are not necessarily there. And then if we move to the traditional business and human rights spaces, and I just got back this morning from the UN Forum on Business and Human Rights, there were several conversations around environmental impact of companies, environmental sustainability, but there was literally no conversation about this particular sector, a sector that's causing so much harm. A lot of the conversations in the business and human rights platforms and spaces have been tailored or are targeting, for the lack of a better word, traditional industries like mining, oil. Those industries are the ones. Even health industry gets quite a bit of attention. But in the business and human rights platform spaces, the working group tech industry is not specifically talked about. There could be many reasons for it, one of which is that digital rights groups are also not very active in those spaces because obviously our plate is full and we're currently dealing with different priorities and different, our resources are stretched thin. And then there's a third kind of platform, which is the environment-focused platforms, the sustainable development-focused platforms. There too, unfortunately, technology does not have that much of a significance because the amount of work that has gone into the visibility, into getting visibility for other industries is still in the making for the tech sector. So for digital rights groups and environmental groups, there's a lot of work that needs to still take place for surfacing tech and environmental issues into these policy-making platforms and to the larger awareness-raising issues. I'd like to move to the last bit of my intervention, which is around a specific development, regulatory development that's currently ongoing, which is the EU Due Diligence Directive on a mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence directive. It's called the CS3D, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Last week, over 75 digital rights organizations signed on to a joint statement asking for the due diligence directive to be strengthened, especially in its application to the tech sector. And I'm just sharing that link in the chat. Several members who signed that are members and partners of APC's own networks. Give me just 1 second, I'm just sharing that link here. At the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, we did an analysis about the directive in its current form, looking at it from a tech perspective. The impact of tech companies on people and planet is something that is getting mentioned in this directive. There are promising provisions, particularly relating to the environment, climate change, but the overall sense and feedback we receive from groups is that it is not as strong, or it doesn't sound as mandatory, especially the climate change aspects of it do not sound as mandatory as the human rights obligations that the directive is pushing. So which also means that the directive that is currently being developed in the EU, like all other ICT regulations, will have an impact on other jurisdictions. We are currently looking at a policy that is being developed in Japan, which went through a comment phase, and it's likely to get finalized in the next few months, which is similar to the EU due diligence directive, which mentions environment, which includes tech companies as a positive outcome from the Japan process. But we are going to see more regulation across the globe. The US was the first jurisdiction where recycling and e-waste disposal regulations were brought in. Most recently in India, there is discussions ongoing about developing a law or regulation or policy. We don't know what it exactly is going to look like, which talks about standardization of chargers, e-waste dealing. We don't yet know what the scope of that policy is going to look like. So in the global south, there are multiple developments as far as regulation is concerned. on environment and tech industry, due diligence and tech industry, human rights and environmental due diligence of the tech industry. There are going to be newer developments that are going to come up, which means that this is also a moment for us to mobilize, organize, have a very clear thinking around what is going to be our ask, how these regulations should look like, and then comes the battle of how tech companies are going to embrace these regulations. What are going to be the consequences for tech companies if they don't? Ideally, how we'd like these due diligence initiatives to look like within tech companies. What I would overall say is that these pieces of regulation, especially the environmental and human rights due diligence pieces, are very important because it is the starting step. It requires companies to do an analysis before the harm is done so that they can prevent and mitigate the harm. The problem really has been in terms of getting tech companies to know and then also show that they understand the harms that their operations are likely to cause. What is one of the key challenges with these regulations around human rights and environmental due diligence has been the fact that the value chain for tech companies are a little bit different from the value chains of traditional sectors, so to speak, traditional sectors. In the sense that for tech companies, it's not only the supply chain that matters, actually the downstream aspects of the tech companies in terms of how they move their products, how they move their services, how they dispose of the products, how they dispose of the waste that they generate, that is extremely critical. The EU Council has come out with its position paper, I think it was late yesterday or midday yesterday. There are some disappointments, no doubt, but for the environment, it still looks like it looks okay. The Council's position looks pretty much the same around the environment, but several sectors to be left out. So I think all of these are things that we have to be alert to, and it requires a lot more mobilization, a lot more conversations and articulation from different ways of looking at it from a digital rights perspective, looking at it from an environmental justice perspective, looking at it from a feminist perspective, looking at it from a corporate accountability perspective, sustainable development perspective. It's going to require a lot of work, which also means that it needs to become a priority in the middle of all other priorities that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gaia. Definitely unpacking the particularities of the value chain of the tech corporation is a priority in the time ahead in terms of understanding the impact and how the regulatory and legal developments can respond to those challenges and the implications for the different jurisdictions. So thank you so much for bringing all those issues for us and putting on the table those important elements for the conversation. So next, I would like to invite my colleague Smita V from the APC's Women's Rights Program, who is going to share a perspective on what is needed to build a gender-responsive digital future if we want internet governance to really incorporate and to address and to respond to the gender dimension of internet governance and the gender dimension of digital technology. So welcome, Smita.
I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah,
it's too far.
Do you want to sit here?
Yeah, I think that. I keep playing musical chairs in all my sessions. Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here. And I think I'm really glad Gaia spoke first because I think another thing which we need to increasingly pay attention to is very much environment and justice within the technology spaces. I want to talk about gender in how do you, before going into gender just internet governance spaces, I want to start by talking about what does a gender just internet look like for us, right? What does it mean to have technologies which are gender just? And why are we speaking about this, right? The reason why I think this is relevant to speak about, as I said in another session, is that in the opening ceremony of this IGF, women and LGBTQ persons were mentioned once in all of 90 minutes, right? There was one black woman speaker. this is a problem, right? And this is also really shows what are we thinking about when we talk about gender, and how is it really seen as important in these spaces. For women, LGBTQ persons, and persons of like diverse gender identities and marginalized locations, the internet is increasingly becoming a difficult space. And this is because of the current socio-political conditions, because of the authoritarian governments in different countries. The civic space where they can speak up freely is shrinking rapidly. It's because of surveillance and censorship is one, which is at a systemic level, but there is also a very big reason, which is like online gender-based violence, which is targeted at women and queer people who are vocal online, especially if they're vocal against the ruling government in a country, against like dominant religious norms in the country, or are just like, just speaking and existing, right? And this is not unique to the internet, and that is something we need to remember, because these power structures which are there in the internet today are very much offline power structures which are getting translated onto the internet and online spaces, which means, a patriarchal society would of course be patriarchal online as well. They're not going to change just because you're online. If anything, it becomes worse. Homophobia, which is offline, is also reflected online. Same with racism, casteism, all the power structures which are in the offline spaces, which move up online. And one of the spaces where we can talk about this are policy spaces like internet governance forums at the global, regional, and national levels. But these spaces are not accessible. They're not accessible for women, they're not accessible for LGBTQ persons. They are restrictive, actively restrictive in terms of, how many women are in the room, how many gender diverse persons are in the room. It's the places where these conferences are held accessible in terms of visa, in terms of safety, in terms of language and accessibility, right? The reason why I keep saying gender diverse women and gender diverse again and again is because we get stuck in this idea that gender is just a binary, that we are gender inclusive if we talk about women, if we have more women in the room. It's not. Gender is a spectrum, it's a universe. There are thousands of gender identities. To start with, we can start with like a few at the very least, but if we get stuck in the binary of man or woman, it will be very difficult to include people later. And we should know this best because, it has been very difficult to bring in women into spaces which were largely white, male dominated, especially men from global north countries, English speaking men, cisgender heterosexual men. So if it has been difficult to bring women, if we wait to then bring in gender diverse persons, to bring in trans persons and queer people, we'll keep waiting, right? And another reason to talk about, like, to break the binary in how we understand gender in policy spaces is also because policies love boxes. They love putting us in boxes. They love making laws which give you a guideline on who the law applies to, where does it apply to. But policies need to be fluid if we are really going to understand and recognize that people are fluid. People are multiple things at the same time. I'm not just a woman, I'm an Indian woman, I am a queer person, I'm a non-binary person, I'm a Dalit person, I'm all of these things at the same time. And if the policy is going to look at only one version of me, the policy is never going to address all the rights that I have or need in any space, right? In terms of accessibility, and particularly because this IGF's key theme is building a resilient internet which is sustainable and shared, it's very important that we talk about women and LGBTQ persons in emerging technologies that are coming up right now, and whatever regulations that we are planning around these emerging technologies. Increasingly, cameras, increasingly, there is more and more governments which are implementing facial recognition softwares, algorithms, increasing different sorts of surveillance technologies to govern the people, but it's actually to control the people, right? When these technologies in themselves are very problematic, they once again throw certain marginalized identities under the bus once again, right? For example, if facial recognition is being used as evidence in a judicial process, it's a problem because facial recognition in itself is inherently racist. It does not recognize women. It has a literal 0% success rate in identifying trans and gender diverse identities. And it recognizes black women very, very badly, and it constantly confuses them with other people. Now, if you're using this as a evidence or proof in case of a judicial system, it's a problem. If you're going to use this mechanism as a way to ensure security in a space, and you will not let in others who don't match, who this computer is not saying are right, it's a problem. It's going to become increasingly restrictive. Accessibility is another element when we need to talk, and the reason I'm bringing in all of these other identities and locations and issues is because I don't think it's right to talk about gender as only like about gender, as women, as sex, right? Because women are not just women. They are black women, they're queer women, they're disabled women, they're trans persons, they're all of this. And gender has to be read in an intersectional way. It has to be read more broadly than just man and women. And we need to start now because it's already late, to be very honest. In terms of accessibility, I'm really happy to see that IGF spaces and national and regional IGF spaces are increasingly accessible for persons with disabilities, which is a really good thing. There are glitches and things to be worked out, but that is always there. The good thing is that we're thinking about it actively. Language is still a very big barrier in who is in the room when we're talking about it. The internet is more widely available. In India, I can very confidently say, even without like knowing the exact numbers, that majority of the users who use the internet are not English speakers, right? If they want to talk about the problems that they face online, there is no space for it, there's no language for it. How do they learn about this, right? They go to YouTube. YouTube is huge in many countries. And I'm really glad that IGF's videos are on YouTube, but they're in English and they're in UN languages. And UN languages are not majority of the people in the world. And that is a big problem, right? And I also want to talk about like the security, because when we talk about policy, one of the things that is constantly coming up is security, right? When we're coming into IGF spaces, we have to show our national ID or our passport, which has names which we may not want, genders which we may not want, to get admission into this space. But in name of security, who are you throwing under the bus again, right? People who don't look the part like they are supposed to be at IGF, people who, look like they don't belong here. And that's how it's read. And this is not just, and this is like, it starts with like people who are gender non-conforming, who don't fit the boxes of how man and woman should look, but also other people who are dressed differently, who may be heavily tattooed. All of these things are part of the continuum. One of the biggest things that is needed for a gender just internet and internet governance is that we really need to talk about internet shutdowns today, because internet shutdowns are one of the biggest ways in which people are shut down. People's access is cut off, and it disproportionately affects women and LGBTQ persons in different places. And it's happening, like, right now 7 million people don't have proper internet access in Kashmir, 6 million people don't have access in Tigray. Palestinians are constantly censored in their in their expression online. Not just Palestinians, anyone talking about Palestine is immediately shadow banned and stopped from talking about it more, right? These are problems. If we want to talk about a gender just internet, it should include women and queer people living in all these spaces as well, and more, right? And finally, I would just want to say that I think decolonizing internet and internet governance is really important, but colonial power structures are not the only power structures that we need to dismantle. There are a lot of power structures which exist in each of our countries which need to be addressed, and we cannot hide behind decolonizing alone. And I also know that, I mean, this is something that I've heard in this IGF as well, where speakers and people said that, oh, we don't want to get political here. We want to remain neutral. Your choice to remain neutral is political. You cannot be apolitical when you're talking about people. And internet governance is ultimately about the people. And if it is not about the people, they will just remain like words in the cloud, pun intended. And yeah, that's all. I will end there. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you. It's definitely around people and other beings in the planet. So thank you for reminding us for that. For the sake of time, we will move quickly to the multi-stakeholder panel, which we are going to be hearing regional perspectives around those two issues, these two angles of the digital future, gender and environmental sustainability. And I want to invite Juan Carlos Lara from Derechos Digitales Latin America. He's the executive director of Derechos Digitales, and Derechos Digitales is also a convener of the LAC IGF. So Juan Carlos, happy to hear what the priorities in Latin America are in relation to these two issues.
Thank you, Valeria, and thank you for the invitation to be a part of this panel. I have very little time, so I will go quickly through this this intervention. As Valeria said, one of the conveners of the Latin America and the Caribbean IGF this year was Derechos Digitales, along with APC and the multi-stakeholder committee in charge of that process. And in that discussion, the gender perspective was not one that took a separate discussion, but it was one that permeated the whole transversally all of the sessions in that meeting. And from the priorities that were discussed throughout those sessions and through thematic areas that were not about gender but also had gender dimensions, I will mention a few that are important. On the first hand is the idea that a digital future requires addressing gaps that affect gender intersectionally, including digital gender gaps that be addressed from basic policy levels, including by facilitating access for connectivity in the policy level, by facilitating how licenses, how spectrum is allocated, how universal service funds are allocated with gender and diversity perspectives to be integrated into those, and to ease how difficult it might be to have access to those funds. Also from our work at Derechos Digitales, with regards to connectivity and the participation of online governance spaces, we have seen that in those venues for decision making, including not just internet governance forums at the global and national and regional levels, but also for participation in from even the lower levels of national policy up to internet protocol discussions, with no sufficiently inclusive avenues for participation. Also from the LAC IGF, two big problematic areas were mentioned throughout the sessions. One has to do with gender-based violence as real violence with real consequences and concrete impacts on survivors' lives, and the need for sensible data handling of sensitive data, sensitive personal data, including that is applicable to the gender identity of the people affected by this violence, where there is insufficient sensitivity by the state agents and by the state systems that should be reacting to this violence, which is criminal in many cases. And secondly, and to finish on this point, gender disinformation was also part of that discussion as a problem which requires an approach that is sensitive to the gaps, to the differences in definition and impact, acknowledging that gender disinformation can either be seen as a subset or at least a phenomenon with a huge overlap with gender-based violence as a tech-facilitated phenomenon with real-world effects, and where the response should have interconnections in mind. Very briefly on the environmental justice side, I wish to bring up the discussions that we had on this at a regional meeting last year. I will not assign names to that discussion because it was a closed-door discussion virtually during the pandemic, where some of the things highlighted were about dialogue between different sectors, because in the Latin American region and also in the Caribbean, I must say, we see many gaps where the cost of the digital development worldwide is basically paid, it's basically burdened by majority world countries, where we see that big data centers are located from Monterrey to Santiago in the south, overwhelmingly owned by US companies, where extractivism and exploitation of natural resources happens throughout the region, with some of the largest lithium and copper reserves are in South America as well, where energy demands from the connectivity is not sufficiently covered by cleaner energies, and disposable devices that are not recycled or repurposed basically become more sources of pollution in our countries as well. So all of this presents an environmental cost, again burdened by our countries, that is not sufficiently that is not proportional to the benefits that are obtained by the digital economy. So through connection of different agendas, we could think about policies in different areas to integrate these perspectives into regulation, but we need an approach that also takes into account not just national concerns, but also regional and global ones, and the inequalities that belie under all of these problems. So thank you, Valeria.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Let me move quickly to Asia, and I invite Jennifer. Jennifer Chung is the Director of Corporate Knowledge at Asia, and happy to hear the priorities in Asia around these issues, Jennifer.
Thank you, Valeria. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm actually, now I'm going to speak with the hat of Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, because the Asia organization supports completely, the convening and also the logistics and the undertaking of the annual meeting in Asia Pacific. I want to touch first on the gender aspect of our meeting. I think this is the second year in a row that we've had a very high-level speaker at the opening and closing plenary, who is the digital minister of Taiwan, politically sensitive in our region for obvious reasons, and they are a non-binary person. Audrey Tang is a very prominent and very well-known digital minister. They are very knowledgeable, especially in the topics of e-waste and also gender-based violence online. And they have enacted very interesting policies, especially in Taiwan, to combat all of these informations. In the agenda of the APRGF this year, we've only had 18 very good workshops, but a big portion of it was dedicated to addressing accessibility for persons with disabilities. And I think that is more and more something that we've tried to include in our agenda setting, both from the first of the planning into the looking at the speakers, into looking at the content, to make sure we do include diverse voices. And in those sessions, of course, gender has been touched on in many, many different dimensions. Of course, the gender-based violence. There was one particular session I want to highlight, is that looking at online harassment really requires a lot of shift of paradigm of thinking, because law enforcement, government, and also civil society, of course, civil society is most well known and understanding of these issues, but law enforcement in particular, when addressing these cases of online violence, need to have expertise in online gender-based violence and to be able to correctly address all these perpetrators and not have it turn into some form of victim blaming. That is a huge problem that we've seen. And unfortunately, I think there was statistic that was pointing out in one of the sessions where online misogyny and violence has risen in an incredible amount during the pandemic, because everybody's lives, work lives, social lives, everything has been shifted online. And the unfortunate matter of the thing is, if you are able to hide behind some kind of anonymity online, you seem to kind of discharge responsibility in the words you put out there. And that is something that is unfortunate and needs to be addressed as well in a very holistic manner. We've looked also increasingly at the shrinking of civil spaces to be able to speak and to be able to advocate for different priorities online. And then finally, I want to touch on the environmental aspect. We had a very interesting session in Asia Pacific this year talking about the carbon footprint of the internet. And while we have noticed that, of course, there's the rise of people online and the amount of time spent online, does the carbon footprint of the internet really affects the overall percentage of carbon output of the countries? And it's interesting to note that even though the internet itself is a relatively clean piece of technology, but it really does depend on the power grids that are in each jurisdiction. It depends very much on which the IXPs the power grids and the electricity use, if it's connected to a renewable source or if it's connected to a non-renewable source. So there was a pilot study that was done for 6 different jurisdictions in Asia Pacific, and hopefully this coming year there will be an expansion of 15 to 20, looking at the different dimensions from the efficiency of the internet, from the economic aspect, and also from the energy aspect. So the 3 different axes would be able to show and allow us to compare across the different jurisdictions to see how we can improve, and going forward how we can take these findings to actually go to our different ministers of energy, our different ministers of ICT, to kind of encourage them to look into these things, to green the internet and allow us to maintain the sustainability of internet as a whole. Thank you.
Jennifer, please do share the link to the study. I'm sure it's going to be of great interest of the ones following the issue. And let me now move to the African region with Barak Otieno from KICTANET, the Kenyan Action ICT Network. Barak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll follow suit and try and be brief. My name is Barak Otieno from the Kenya ICT Action Network. Currently, our tagline is the power of communities, and we are doing a number of initiatives, or we are engaged in a number of initiatives aimed at contributing to the subject that we are talking about, and I'll focus on matters that touch on gender and environmental issues that, of course, are shaping how the internet of the future should be like. I'll focus on 3 core or 3 key initiatives, and then I'll also touch on some principles, because I believe that one of the important outputs of this session is to come up with principles that will help us shape or guide the internet of the future. We've been working in the area of community, or of ensuring that more people in the communities are able to access the internet, and we've had a project with APC, the LockNet initiative, that has been championing community networks. What we are trying to do, and I think this is significant for the future, is to bring the power of the internet at community level. Communities should be able to design and build infrastructure that suits their needs and that addresses their issues at local level. So more of a bottom-up process of ensuring that communities are involved in internet governance processes. May I also state that the Kenya ICT Action Network has been convening the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. Currently, we are in our 17th edition, and we have focused on a range of issues from the year 2008, starting off with infrastructure issues to current issues that are focusing more on the user, or human-centered design issues such as AI, as well as data protection issues, to name but a few. And in the 17 years, we saw it fit in 2016 to start the Kenya School of Internet Governance, and to date we have trained over 300 participants who are active practitioners in their own way, championing various aspects of the internet that have actually been discussed by the previous panelists. And I think the Community Networks initiative has been very significant because we are seeing it's not only in Kenya. I'm aware that it's also taking place in the other African countries, but it has brought to fore issues that will be important pillars for the internet of the future. And the first one that I would wish to submit to this gathering is promoting digital literacy as a basic right, because this is the first point that will ensure that there is inclusion from the ground up. More often than not, we have these conversations in privileged environments such as the one we are in, or from the comfort of our capital cities, wherever we come from. But as the previous speakers had said, there are many people in unserved and underserved areas who can barely afford to even have a conversation around internet because they can barely put food on the table, who need to be included in this conversation. The second issue that we have been doing, which will touch on the environment pillar, again, KICTANET has been working with partners with the support of UK Aid on a digital accessibility program or digital accessibility initiative. To date, over 1,000 farmers have been trained on different areas of digital literacy, and we know that in most of our countries, farmers are the ones who really engage with the soil. Most of us who are from the cities, the environment is when we discuss the environment when we are talking about pollution of air and say noise. But when it comes to say usage of soil, planting of crops, or maintaining an ecosystem that actually guarantees a decent environment, you find that it's the farmers who do this. So KICTANET has actually been training many farmers through the digital accessibility program, and this program is actually being scaled throughout the country, and I believe that it is something that other countries can be able to borrow from. And it leads me to the second principle that I wish to promote, which is promoting community-centered design in addition to human-centered design in tech development. We can only be able to come up with solutions that are suitable for the community by involving the community from the word go, building their capacity to be able to appreciate how technology can be able to ensure that we are better at managing the environment and also better at addressing gender-related issues. And the last point that I wish to also address based on the gender lenses, again, KICTANET with APC and other partners have developed a digital inquiry kit. It's online with the support of GIZ. It is an online tool, and currently, as we speak, in the last 3 months or so, we've been on a nationwide initiative starting with Kenya to just create awareness on online gender-based violence. This course content is on a platform called Atingi, and I believe that it's accessible to the global audience, and I believe it is a small way of ensuring that we create more awareness on online gender-based violence, and we also give the power to community members to be able to address issues that touch on online gender-based violence. As I conclude and as I touch on the remaining principles that I wish to propose for consideration, again, there is need to focus on championing for enabling legal and regulatory frameworks, and in our work, whether it is with through the APC LockNet program or through the digital accessibility program, one of the things we have been doing is to influence the policy environment to make sure that there are supportive legal and regulatory frameworks that make sure that people can be able to access the internet affordably, and that also the internet locally is resilient. Towards this end, and again with the support of the partners that I have mentioned, KICTANET, working with the Communications Authority of Kenya, ensured that we developed a community networks license in record time. And currently, our regulator, again working with KICTANET and other stakeholders, is looking at ways of actually ensuring that there are more community networks in the country. Beyond the licensing framework, we are looking at financing of community networks. Again, the issue of digital literacy is very key. We are looking at how, together with other stakeholders, we'll be able to raise resources that make sure that digital literacy programs are conducted at community levels. I would also like to mention that open infrastructure and accessible infrastructure is very key. As we know, many times our infrastructure environments are vendor driven as opposed to solution oriented. When we are talking about communities, sometimes communities may not afford the technological solutions that have been devised by international operators, and so it's important to consider open solutions, open licensing, to make sure that the marginalized are involved. And last but not least, creating communities of practice is key. Sustainability can only be pegged on institutionalization. I have had alternative conversations that we should be free to do things the way we want, but I think looking back, Kictanet, I believe, is among the many initiatives that partners like APC have started from the word go, and the reason we have been able to come this far and we are even having this conversation is because we have built communities of practice that are now sustainable. I would wish to stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, and I would like to give the opportunity to you all here, in the case that you have questions and comments or reactions to what you have heard from our speakers, or also if you want to share any perspective in relation to both the responsibilities of the tech corporations in relation to environmental impact or the gender considerations for a digital future. So the floor is open for any one of you who might like to intervene. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the panelists for their presentations. However, I just want to state that God created man and woman, and we can't run away from that. All the other considerations are man's creations. And in this digital space, we also have to note that countries have laws that they put in place. And in considering the freedoms over the internet, the laws in those countries must be respected to ensure that there is no violence and there is no computer misuse. So that is just what I wanted to state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, there, and yes, please go ahead there, and first there, and then you. Go
Okay,
ahead,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Alan Kusuma from Indonesia, SafeNet, Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network. I just want to understand how are we going to be able, because one of the biggest use of internet is the social media platform, right? And then now we have a situation where Elon Musk is conquering the Twitter and then making so much ruckus on Twitter itself, and it is affecting so many things, I guess, especially when Indonesia has such a good use of Twitter through the political situation in our country. And I would like to know how we can intervene such situation, because the thing with Elon Musk and Twitter, it shows that the digital that the platform itself is very fragile. The digital platform itself, the ecosystem itself is very fragile. When and I don't know how we can intervene when people like Elon Musk is having such stage in the digital ecosystem itself, because I can see that it could be a precedent, especially the ongoing conversation about Apple and Twitter dynamic that they have just like 2 days or yesterdays. So, and I know that this is affecting because we are at SafeNet also have a helpline to help the online gender-based violence victim, right? And when Elon Musk take the throne at Twitter, it is very hard for us to communicate with the Twitter teams when we are trying to escalate our reports on online gender-based violence and so on. So I would like to know maybe if we could have also this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me take other question and then get back to the panel for reactions and response.
Yeah, I would like to just say that I'm quite uncomfortable with a religious statement getting involved in such conversations, because when we look at religion and if we think of God, we all have separate gods, right? We all have different religious perspectives, and well, we are quite likely to see gender violence being justified in many religions. And if you think there's a particular God that you believe in that created genders, there are also people who don't fit into the binary female or male system. And if you believe in God, I think those people are created by your God as well, probably. So it might be a good time to maybe reconsider our language in terms of how we think about what we're going to respect and what we're going to prioritize, and whether any particular belief is more important than people's actually experiences in eliminating violence. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the opportunity to the panel to react or to respond. So back to the panel, if anyone wants to respond. There is another question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, our able panel, for the discussion. We are so grateful for whatever we are discussing today that has to do with gender. I want to ask this question. What can we do to bridge the gap between gender and between male and female in the internet space? Then what can we do to build the capacity of females to deal with gender-based violence on the internet? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give a go at the questions, and I'll start with the first one on Twitter. For me, I think it's a great opportunity which is presenting itself as a challenge. We can vote with our feet. There's really no obligations to be on any particular platform, and that's why I advocate for the power of community networks. We build our own infrastructure which we have control over, because the problem with commercial entities is just that, it's commercial. When someone buys it, Elon Musk can decide to shut it down today. Allow me to mention his name, but in a positive way. If he decides to shut it down today or turn it into whatever he wishes, I believe it's within his right in the jurisdiction where the organization is located. And that's why we need open systems that have no particular ownership and have no commercial backgrounds. And I think with the work that we are doing with communities, this is very possible to be able to do it. I'm sure there are many alternatives. I know most of us who have been in technology for a while, we have moved across many companies that we cannot remember. So nothing is permanent in the world of technology. On the issue of the last speaker has asked, I wish to point a few facts that I had included in my notes. There needs to be deliberate effort. I have seen telcos in my country, Kenya, where I come from, support women enterprises that are in technology. And I think it's worked really well, because not to say that, and forgive me if I may use the wrong words, that there's any lesser of a gender, but I think sometimes the realities in our society require that we consider ways of ensuring that actually women are in the mainstream. So these are things that corporate entities can be able to do, and even governments can be able to do, and we can push for this deliberately. Secondly, we've seen also corporates support a range of issues, even with ranging from e-waste, environmental sustainability, and the likes. So we just need to raise and amplify our voices. The other thing, I go back to my point on community-centered design. The different genders operate differently in the community. Sometimes I believe women are left out because of the kind of responsibilities that they have to undertake. And we need to bring technology closer to them. We need to make it more accessible to them. And being someone who is running an infrastructure company, I have seen, and I mentioned out of experience, that women really utilize technology for the benefit of the wider community, and we have to be deliberate and intentional about bringing technology closer to them. Never mind considerations such as whether they are return on investments and the likes, but just from a fact of ensuring inclusion and equity, we need technological solutions that are closer to where they are working from, so that we can be able to leverage on their unique strengths and also make sure they are part and parcel of the information society we are building. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief reaction because we are running out of time and we need to summarize the conversation as well. Thank you.
Just to respond to the last question, I think one of the things we can really do to improve access and meaningful access and safe access for women is actually you start at your home, right? And this is not to say that systemically there are no changes to be done, but while the systemic changes happen because they take time, what is something we can do is become better at home. Because I know that for a fact in India that, girls get, young women get phone last in the family, whereas boys can get phone at like 13 years, right? Girls use and young women's use, especially unmarried women's use of mobile phones are heavily monitored by the men in the family. After marriage, it's monitored by the husband, right? And these are some things which we need to challenge at an individual and family level to start with. If you really want to address online gender-based violence, one of the first things we need to do is that when women come and tell you that, hey, this happened to me on the internet and I'm bothered by it, we believe them and we don't, say that, oh, it's just on the internet. Why are you so bothered by it, right? And I think these are some things that you start by. And when advocating with the government, they think that people who talk about gender are very soft and only talk about feelings, but it's not just that. By leaving out women, you actually use billions of dollars in GDP, right? And we need to do research to find out how much is each country actually losing. Internet shutdowns cost, I think in 2020, it cost like $126 billion for the countries where internet shutdowns took place, right? When women are not present in digital spaces, you literally lose like $1 trillion in a year across countries. So if money is what we need to use to motivate people to care about gender and about women online, we use that, which means that we need to do research and find out how much is it, what is actually happening. I think these are some ways in which we can address it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I want to ask my colleague Paula Martins, who is the Global Policy Lead in APC, to just share a view of what we have heard here in the perspective of contributing to the Global Digital Compact. As you know, this session has the motivation of compiling inputs for this process in terms of determining what's the digital future that we want. So Paula, please, for you to close the session.
Thanks so much, Valeria. And I'll just build on what you just said, because I tried to create here a list, and it's really a summary. I have more notes, but I'll try to really highlight the main points. And they are policy focused, because we are looking at the Global Digital Compact as this opportunity to try to address all these issues. But I really wanted to start by saying that policy solutions are just a small piece and cannot stand alone. So we talked a lot also about capacity building, about movement building, and what we need to do now is to see how all of that relates to these policy issues that I'm going to highlight right now. So I think we had both issues concerning process and content. So I'll start with process, and clearly like the main issue here is inclusion, and really discussing what is the procedure and who's in the room, what we mean by inclusion, and how we operationalize that. So we discussed exclusion factors like language, disability, visa, I like the visa, the format, and how you defined gender, and really the importance of not working with a binary approach to gender. Then moving to the more substantive discussions, these are substantive discussions as well, so bear with me. But looking at gender and environmental as substantive issues, the first thing that was raised was that really we still don't have a good map of all the harm that the tech sector, or all the intersections between technology and the environment. So we need that, and we need to look at the whole value chain, from the production and the extraction of the things that you need to produce, then the production itself, the use and the disposal of the devices. So if we don't look at all of that, we don't have this clear idea of the harm. But then, as Juan Carlos was saying, the issue that we have already observed, confirmed, is that most of the cost for all these harms is being transferred, thank you, transferred really to the global south, of how he referred the rest of the world. And so the cost really is located of all this environmental harm. And yet there's still a discussion, an idea that the use of technology can reduce carbon emission, but we need really more information to even question that and have evidence if that is really the case, and if not, like what is exactly going on. Then there was an important part of the discussion that focused on the importance of communities. So it's about inclusion, but also about a better way of developing policies and developing technical solutions. So Barak talked a lot about community-led solutions, also community-centered design, and how digital literacy is key in this aspect, so that we can build the solutions and then replicate the solutions that are created really from the needs of the community. And this is a strategy actually to work on the two main issues, environmental and gender. So it's kind of like the strategy for working on these issues, how you can better address these issues is really at the community level. But then looking more specifically at other gender key concerns that were raised. The two main ones were clearly online gender-based violence and gender gaps in relation especially to digital inclusion, but more in a more expanded way. And then we talked a little bit about regulatory frameworks and how enabling regulatory frameworks are important, financing options, affordability, the role of open technology and open solutions more broadly, like open licensing schemes. And finally, and related to what I was telling you before, connecting to how policy and movement building get together, there was this suggestion of investing more in communities of practice. And at the end, now during the questions, we discussed a little bit about platform accountability, and I think platform accountability has to do with regulatory frameworks, so it's building on that. So in a nutshell, and if you have any other points, or if you want to know more, contribute more to this process of brainstorming for the Global Digital Compact, come talk to us at the end of the session.
Thank you, Paula, and everyone. This effort expands what we have been doing in terms of collecting input for the Global Digital Compact. So we intend to use the conversation in this session to put a written contribution to the Global Digital Compact, and also watch for the other opportunities to engage with the process. And we will be also happy to share some news in relation to what is coming about our own contribution and other opportunities to keep engaging in conversations towards imagining together a digital future. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming to the session, and hope to see you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Recording in progress.
Come on, meeting. I'm here, meeting. This I join the level. I'm a model. I'm who can have them on. I register them. What you did that, Harlem? No, what you did that? What you did that? I'm bound. I'll even have crowd. If I remove by your teacher, Makibu someone. Okay.
the technician to put the Zoom on screen because the moderator will be moderating through Zoom. Funny whenever you want to start. Just to ask our technicians, if you could unmute our moderator, her name is Fanny Rotino, Fanny. I see she's still muted. Do you mind unmuting her, please, because she will moderate the session? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So I think we're all set, are we?
I think we are, yes, Fanny. Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So, so yeah, then I think we can start. Thank you very much for having us today. I would like to really thank the IGF team, and this is my enormous pleasure to be here with you today and to moderate this session about how we can keep our children safe online. So let me very quickly introduce myself. My name is Fanny Rotino. I work at the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, the UN Specialized Agency for ICTs, and I do lead the Child Online Protection Initiative within ITU, focusing on all the issues that we are going to hear today from very different contexts. So just to introduce a little bit the topic, online safety, children's rights online, child protection is a very vast theme that a lot of stakeholder groups have a role to play in, have responsibilities and opportunities to play, and to support the creation of a better and more empowering online environment for children. And we will hear a lot about that today. So I would like to highlight that this session has been prepared by national and regional IGF initiatives in a very bottom-up and collaborative manner throughout the last year to really be able to share insights from individual contexts. And this makes the session very special and very, very relevant to the overall and global conversation about online safety for children. I'd like to thank also Mrs. Zaina Bouharb of the Lebanon IGF for her support in the online moderation on the Zoom platform. I'd further like to thank our rapporteur today, who is Mr. Iganor Oshako Samson from the Nigeria IGF, for his support. And then I'd like to introduce our speakers that we have here today, some most actually in the room with you in Ethiopia, others online with me. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who's from the Chad IGF, Mr. Abdel Jalil Bakar Boy, who is on site with you. Then from the China IGF, we have Mrs. Haiyang Gu, who is the General Manager for the Legal Affairs Department at the SINA Group. And then we have from the Nepal IGF, represented today by Mr. Baburam Aryal, on site with you in the room. We have from the Nigeria IGF, Mrs. Elizabeth Yisa, who is the Principal Manager of the NCC, the Nigerian Communications Commission. And then we have online Lucien Castex from the French IGF as well. And then we have two young representatives that will be here and that will actually start. So I'd like to introduce Diana, who is a 16-year-old student from Slovenia, and a member of the Microsoft Council for Digital Good, and who will open this conversation together with Aimee and share with us, their experiences as children under 18, as young people in the online environment. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Diana and Aimee. Thank you so much.
Just if you could unmute, please, Diana and Aimee. I just posted in the chat their names. Thank you. Just asking our technician to unmute Diana. It's Diana. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, hi, can you hear me? Sorry, my internet just died. So hi, my name is Diana. I am a 16-year-old and I come from a generation that grew up with phones literally tattooed in our hands. And I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's a very good thing because we have so much experience and we became much more resilient towards the internet. Now, personally, I have not experienced any kind of cyberbullying, but I saw and heard a lot about it. And for example, my friend, they were a victim of hate speech regarding their religion. And what cyberbullies don't realize when they go and target someone is that when they do target someone, it's not just the victim, it's also their family, their friends. And I think that approach is very much immoral, and I don't think that should be normalized nowadays. Now, every time, what I'm realizing nowadays is that people are getting so confident behind these boxes that they start saying things they would never say in real life. For example, if someone comments something negatively on a post, I suggest them they ask themselves, if you saw that person in real life instead of a picture, would you actually say that to their face? Now, in my opinion, my generation has the power, has the experience. We heard a lot, we saw a lot about cyberbullying, flaming, grooming, whatever, that we have the power to finally step up and help all the internet users, especially the most vulnerable ones, which are children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana, for sharing, this very personal experience of your friend. And I think very important point on, violence being normalized online and behavior being very different. So thank you for giving that concrete example. I think we will hear from Aimee now.
See, I'm in the participants list. Diana, if you see her, maybe you can post in the chat. Or if Aimee is there, maybe with another name. Ah, Claire. Is it Claire maybe instead of Aimee? Maybe you can post in the chat so that I can understand if
No, it's not me. I'm taking the place of Lucien Castex for France.
Ah, I see. Okay, thank you, Claire. Then
Thank
maybe,
you.
Fanny, I don't see Aimee. We can give her the floor maybe later if you agree and move on. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, that sounds great. No, and I think, we already have some food for thought here from Diana. Thank you so much again for sharing this. So, we had, and we do know that actually, from what children tell us, and Diana, you're here to confirm, there is, on the one side, there is no difference in the perception of what is online and offline, right? There is no different lives. It's all one life. It's your experiences. And the impact of the, experiences online on everything that is offline are very clear and very harsh and existing, and the other way around. So, how can we, and in this complex ecosystem of stakeholders, how can we actually make sure that you feel empowered and safe in the online environment, to actually benefit from all the great opportunities that the online gives us. So I'd like to invite our speakers now to share a little bit, about their experiences and approaches in their individual contexts to tackle this question. So if I could give the floor to Mr. Abdel Jalil Bakar Bong on site to please share the experiences from the Chad IGF and how, how we can actually, and how the different stakeholders can create that safe space for children online. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Fanny, for giving us the floor. So my name is Abdul Jalil Bashar. I'm coordinating National IGF. And I think that this session is a very important session because we are protecting our next generation. We are protecting our people, our young, our children. And in Chad, we have experience on that because nowadays the young people using internet in school. They have their own phone, they have our own computer. We know that in Chad, internet speech is not more than 10% and national, but people in school, the young people using internet, but for them it's more social media. And we are facing a lot of things about social media. They don't know how to use they buy, or their parent buys them the phone and they give them the phone. I mean, how to use, they don't know. So we are going to TikTok. Most of people that we receive uses and TikTok, and sometime in WhatsApp and Facebook. There are some ladies when going to school to do some workshop, because as NRIs, we are collaboration with ISOC, with House, with others, WENAG Labs, with others ICT organization. So we are doing conjoint activities in school. So our focus is more in school because we see the problems in school. And when we are going there, most of them is the girls that some people using their photo, or some people tell us, send my pictures. They send, after that they are going to have another things, harassment, come to me, something like that. We experience everything. And in Chad we have ecosystem we call National Agency, Cybersecurity Agency is a new agency. So their focus is how to protect our cybersecurity space. And we're still working with them to put the national strategy, cybersecurity strategy, and more focus on children protection online, because we saw that people don't know how to use internet and good things. So we are going to train them, and as IGF chat, we organize also the separate internet day. I think that everyone knows here, separate internet day. So we go to the school to take 5 people from school, so gather them in one room to train them for 3 days about how to use internet, good things, how to open, how the parameters. People open sometimes Facebook with numbers, not with email. So we need to give them opportunity how to create the email to protect their personal data. It's key also. And after how to train to go to social media to be safe and not to accept any requests. So just as some advice we give them. And after that, we gather them all together and to do the separate internet day. So the issue is that until now we don't have a national strategy to protect children online, because any ministry work on the side. Because anything touch children is related to the Ministry of Education, and we have Ministry of ICT. So how these two ministries we can collaborate? That's the thing, because we know in our local context is very difficult collaboration with the ministry. Every ministry that this is my project, this is my project, and that's a problem. And the national cybersecurity is not linked to the Ministry of ICT with Ministry of Education, linked to the presidency of Chad. So that's the issue also. So as they're not linked to premier to the government, only they relate to the president. So now we are working to them to set up a national strategy and more focus on child protection. So I need to stop there. I don't know if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Jalil. I think you raised so many very, very important points that we see in so many contexts. So, I mean, obviously, you know, children are the demographic group, children and young people that connects most, right? And that is most connected. So just as an example, in Ethiopia, we have around more than 40% of the young people that are connected. But when it comes to their educators and to the adults that are there to supposedly guide them, you know, through the risks and opportunities online, we have only 18% that are even, you know, connected at all, and much less that actually, you know, are aware of what children do online and understand what they do online. So, I mean, there is a huge gap there to actually provide support to children, you know, even when harm occurs, right, to be able to respond to it. So I think the educational piece is really key. So you know, to tackle this. So as you know, one of the stakeholder groups. At the same time, you mentioned the work in silos, which is indeed something, you know, due to the different responsibilities. So I think, you know, the national strategy development that would actually give roles and responsibilities to the different stakeholders and how they collaborate, and then within which frameworks is indeed a key step to take. Thank you so much. So I'd like to share the same question with Hayan Gu. Mrs. Hayan Gu, next please, to share a little bit from the China IGF perspective. What can we do, and how do these different stakeholders can work together? How do we avoid efforts happening in silos and therefore being with much less impact and results? In your perspective, over to you.
I think she is online. Let me see.
Yes, she is online. So can we unmute her?
Yes. A colleague, I think this is how you spell the name. So post
sorry. No, yeah. I think, yeah, it's all opening. And may I have the opening the camera, please? The camera is closed. I want to share. Yeah, please the moderator help me to open the camera, please. Okay, thank you. And I want to share my PPT, so please hold a minute. Oh, can you see that? Oh, good. Thank you. I'm Helen Gu from the SINA group. I'm the General Counsel of the SINA, and thanks very much for the invitation from the IGF Chinese. My topic of the discussion is on Chinese protection, the influence of the internet, the daily life. Children continues to strengthen. According to the latest lasting civic data, the internet usage rate of the Chinese children is 99%, and the proportion of children who have access to the internet before the age of 10 is increasing. Chinese government is speeding up the drafting of the regulations on the protection of children on internet and improving the supporting system to provide a stronger legal protection for children. Weibo, as the social media platform popular in China, was the first to pay attention to the issue of the children's online safety and constantly updated its protection measures. In 2018, Weibo launched an adolescent model. Okay. And in 2019, adolescent model was optimized, including strengthening the content audit mechanism, removing commercial features such as recharge, reward, membership, and advertising. And in June 2021, we will continue to optimize and improve underage protection features, such as the time lock, and the content pool is adjusted to meet the needs of children to gain knowledge and increase their sight. In my opinion, the main online safety risks of children are as follows. First, the influence of bad information. Bad information not only affects the children's learning, moral quality, and social interaction, but also seriously induces them to commit crimes. Second, personal privacy leakage. Children are not aware of risks of online world, and their awareness of self-protection is weak. So their personal information and privacy are more likely to be leaked and violated. Thirdly, internet addiction. Children are addicted to internet for complex reasons, such as their own curiosity, weak self-control, desire for recognition, and other psychological features. Fourth, internet illegal infringement. Especially the cyberbullying of children is becoming a global social platform on the social media. To avoid online safety risks faced by children, we can take the following measures. First of all, implement a more rigorous and scientific content audit system on the internet with the relevant technical support, such as the fingerprint identification, face recognition technology, and etc. In the second place, establish a special protection system for children's personal information and privacy. To establish a system for collecting personal information for legitimate purposes. Network service providers should not collect personal information without legitimate purposes. To obtain the content of their guidance. To impose obligation on network operators and severely punish data leakage caused by their security vulnerabilities. Thirdly, clarify the restriction system for the network services providers and operators to provide network content, including the content which violates the law, social morality, and online safety. Fourthly,
excuse me, Hyan, sorry to interrupt you. Your slides do not move for me. I don't know if that is only if we're still on the second slide.
I'm on the third page of the PPT. So, can you see that?
We can only see the second. Maybe if you can stop sharing and share again.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
No, we still see the same slide.
The first one or the second one?
The second one. Nothing has moved.
Okay, maybe I will try again. Let me try again.
Yes.
Of the main online safety risks faced by children.
We still see the second slide. I think it's loading though. Yeah, I think now we have another slide. Now it's a black screen.
Screen, okay. I think Zoom is not very good use for in Beijing. Can you see the page?
Yes, yes, that's
Page 4.
perfect. Great. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, page
Please
4.
go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thirdly, clarify the restriction system for network services providers or operators to provide network content, including content which violates the law, social morality, and online safety. Fourthly, construct a multi-body collaborative governance model. Under the unified agency, it should closely collaborate with relevant entities from the judicial and administrative departments, industry groups, internet enterprises, social organizations, families, and schools to jointly establish a set of protection model with mutual collaboration among the linkage of various parties. Last but not least, improve technical measures for network protection. Due to the complexity of the network information technology, effective implementation of the law must also rely on in advanced technical measures. For the network protection for children, technical measures also have a dual nature, both legal and technical. For example, technical measures should be improved such as the biometric identification, warning system for online game time, and etc. So that's all. Thanks for your listening. That's all my speech.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing, and our apologies for the technical issues. No, I think you raised a very important point, and also, specifically in addition that the technical features that when you were mentioning in the end, because obviously we know, technologies. So many of these tools have two sides of the coin, so they can actually be those exposing children to risk, but at the same time we can leverage on them and use them to better protect children or even to respond to harm once it occurs. So I think a very important piece to additionally add, to that complex ecosystem of stakeholders and tools that we have in our hand. Thank you so much for sharing. So yeah, I think we have a little bit of time left for the speakers, so I would like to move to our next one, Mr. Baburam Aryal from the Nepal IGF, to share your perspective on challenges maybe that exist in the response to online safety issues in the country, and how we can work together. How can these different stakeholders play a role to protect children online? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very significant that our previous colleagues, they have already highlighted the importance of protecting a child online. Not only online, protecting child is protecting our future as well. So it's very important that there are various stakeholders. I'll jump into that side. When we talk about protecting child online, then it's not only protecting child. We need to protect them at various places like house, their own home, their school. If you send your kids to any other schools like music school or sports centers, and all these stakeholders need to be understand that what is the importance of safety of a child. So in Nepal, we through Nepal IGF, we started discussion of protecting child online, and we also with the collaborative approach with various stakeholders, we started capacity building programs for child. But when we discuss with the child about various safety measures and all these things, they ask us to conduct similar kind of capacity building programs for their parents as well as their teachers, because they have more exposure on digital contents through their parents' gadgets, and if their parents' gadgets are vulnerable, obviously that leads to the vulnerability of a kid. So similarly, when as we referred, because of this COVID-19 pandemic, our kids from very young age they move to digital space. Previously we used to recommend that not to use these gadgets, but now they are forced to use as a basic of their education. So when they are exposed in their education platforms, then the use of their education platforms has also to be protected, and through the all these channels that we need to protect, we can protect our kids. And not only by checking these stakeholders stage, another layer of protecting child is law making process and enforcement of law. And in Nepal, telecom regulator Nepal Telecommunication Authority has endorsed a guideline for service providers what kind of standard they have to maintain while providing access to kids. It is defined by the regulator. And recently Ministry of Elderly Women and Child also developed certain directives for not only to the operators. The regulator can only guide to operators, but ministry developed guidance or directives for all the stakeholders, including schools, libraries, operators, parents. So these are very significant area to intervene in that way. So as I mentioned, the layer of technology, the layer of social engineering, the layer of law making process and law enforcement process, these are very significant layers how we can protect our kids. And one of question that we would be discussing on this session, that whether there could be a significant role of technical community or not. Of course, nowadays there are lots of technical solutions, lots of gaming solutions kids are using. And for example, Roblox is there, and kids are very randomly using these kind of platforms, and these platforms could be one of channel to seduce kids, and also it needs to be protected through their peers engagement, how peers are engaged in these technologies. For example, if I give from my own family, my daughters, they also use various apps. And if we don't closely observe our kids, if we don't guide our kids how to safely use this, then definitely that may lead to the vulnerability. So one of major questions for the designer or the technical community is it should be designed keeping safety of kids rather than making certain money out of the use of this technology only. So at the initial stage I say these things, and when discussion develops, then I'll contribute accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting very, very important and additional points, I think. So you mentioned safety by design. So I think this is it is a core element, safety by design, privacy by design, to actually be the minimum standards, for services and products that children access, and not even necessarily only those that are designed for children, but even those that are not, but children do use them, because we, as a matter of fact, and we had that there's a lot of social media platforms that are not supposed to be used by children under 13, but they definitely are. So, these kind of considerations are key, I believe. Thanks also, for the sharing of directives and guidelines. And we had also in the chat the ITU guidelines on child protection were shared. That can be certainly of help for national adaptation. So with that, I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, who is Elizabeth. I see you're already on screen, so without further ado, over to you for your thoughts on the matter.
All right. Thank you so much, Fanny. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So permit me to share my slides quickly. Just to confirm that you can see my slides.
Perfect, yes, we can.
Okay, all right, thank you. So for the Nigerian context, we have been able to localize the IT revised guidelines, the guidelines that were released in 2020 prior to the COVID pandemic. So we were able to localize it to fit into the Nigerian context, and we're also able to translate that the documents into 3 major languages, that's Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and also Pidgin, to enable more children and their teachers have access to translated documents. We also have the customization of the Europol document, which is keeping the children safe online, advice for parents and caregivers. So I'll just go through, I don't know, is my slide changing? Can you see? Yes, okay. So for the localization, the initial name provided by IT was Sango, but back home here in Nigeria, Sango is translated to God of Thunder and Lightning and has a bad meaning. So we had to change the name, and we decided to go with Agent COP, and we did this with children. We called children for an online meeting, explained to them what we're trying to do, and they were the ones that finally came up with this name. So we localized the document, and we also changed some of the names in the document to suit, local names so that they can connect to the names they hear. And then this one speaks to the translation of that document. So the English version now has the Pidgin, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo to help the children, pick what language they understand and now, get the advice they need. So there's this one, and there's also the online safety activity book is also translated, and it's going to be uploaded on the NCC's website so that way everyone can have access to the soft copy of the documents and be able to use it. Now for the Europol document, we're able to customize it, and it's called Keeping the Children Safe Online, Advice to Parents and Caregivers. So it was done in 2020, and we usually use this document when we're going out for awareness, especially to teachers or to parents, to explain to them what they need to do. We have a lot of awareness programs by the Commission where we visit town halls, we visit communities, we visit markets, schools and all that. So we use the opportunity to tell them what they need to do at their own level to help the children. And then we have a document which was released in 2021. It's a policy called National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy. So in that document, it speaks to child online protection. There's just a particular chapter that speaks to it. So from that, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy this year in March came up with, inaugurated a committee of different stakeholders. So that's like government, academia, industry, and they have now come up with this draft document called the Nigerian Child Online Protection Policy and Strategy. It's actually national, sorry, that's a typo. National Child Online Protection Policy and Strategy. So we got input from a lot of stakeholders in coming up with this document because we wanted it to be, wholesome. So once this document is approved, every stakeholder group knows the part they need to play. The technical knows, the industry will know, academia will know. We brought in all stakeholders to give their input. So we believe that this document is going to go a long way in helping us to harmonize our efforts as regards child online protection in Nigeria. So some other initiatives which we have, there's this program we call Parenting 101. It's called Parenting 101 for Digital Citizens, and it's targeted at parents. Most times the parents are the ones who don't know what to enable on their devices. So we decided to take it a step further and start speaking to the parents instead of always, pushing the blame to the schools or to the teachers or to educators. So we have had just one run so far, but the feedback was very, very positive because we had activities that the parents will do, and we show them exactly how to set it up on their devices. So we hope to have 4 more runs where we're going to speak to more parents, and then these parents are expected to now go out and also speak to other parents in their spheres of influence as a way of improving and fostering the awareness of what they need to do to keep their children safe online. So we're also using that opportunity to talk to this group of associations in schools called Parent-Teacher Associations, where you have the parents there, you have the teachers, and then everyone in schools come together. And then what we want to do is that every participant from the Parent 101 workshop is supposed to be like an ambassador and carry this message into the Parent-Teacher Associations. That way we can spread the news faster and help everyone understand what they need to do in the shortest possible time. We also have ambassadors who are the young children we usually speak to. So most of the decisions we take, we always try to bring in the children and get their own view, and then take a decision as a country, yeah. And then we collaborate with international and local organizations. We have, there's an organization called NAPTIP. They are very instrumental when it comes to, dealing with any form of child abuse, whether online or physical. So when it comes to the online aspect, they help with the speaking to the child, helping the child overcome what the challenge is, and also different forms of arrest. They have that power, so we're collaborating with them in that aspect. We also collaborate with Child Online Africa, ITU, EU, Ministry of Women Affairs, and then the Office of National Security Advisor in Nigeria. So we also have some complaint handles, so that when children have a challenge, they should be able to complain, and then we can take it up from there. So for NCC, we have the 622 and the COP at ncc.gov.ng. Then we have Chechiara Foundation. They also are very instrumental to help children, whether legal or to help them overcome whatever challenge they face. They also have the NAPTIP, which I already mentioned earlier. They have their numbers and the info there. So that's it for now for the Nigerian context. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing, this very, very comprehensive approach, and indeed not only focusing on a large-scale prevention, and the necessary frameworks, but also the response in the end and the system that is in place for referral and support. And I think it was very key and interesting that you highlighted that, beyond the national cybersecurity strategy, this distinct policy and strategy development facilitates the orchestration, right, and the roles and responsibilities of everyone. And I think also the ambassador piece is key, because we do know that children, learn more through peer-to-peer learning, and similarly, this is the case for adults in certain contexts. So, so thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to turn to our last speaker. I think we have Claire instead of Lucien, so from the French IGF, to please share the insights from France. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Claire Mélanie Popinot. I'm working at French Ministry of Justice, and I am newly Secretary General of Internet Society France. I will speak about the context first, and some initiatives in France next. In France, children's rights are recognized by the law and enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And France has acceded to the convention ratified in 1990, as well as its 3 optional protocols, armed conflict, prostitution, pornography. In France, both the courts and administrative bodies ensure that the best interests of the child are respected. France also actively advocates for an increased child protection and to pay for particular attention to the rights of girls. With regard to children protection during armed conflict, France played a leading role in the adoption of Security Council Resolution 1539 and 1612 for those who love numbers. Setting up a monitoring and reporting mechanism on grave violations of children's rights, and a Security Council working group meets as needed to decide on action to be taken. On the global level, France also actively fights against human trafficking and transnational organized crime, which have an active part in children trafficking and exploiting, which is one of the matter online for all children. France is also involved in a number of international initiatives, in particular the Christchurch Call against violent extremism online, launched after the 2019 killings by New Zealand and France. Same goes in the European level, but I will pass that. With regard to child protection, every child has a fundamental right in terms of healthcare, education, justice, and social protection. And there is a number of public bodies who collaborate to protect such rights. One of those is the Defender of Rights, le Défenseur des Droits, and raises awareness and is tasked with ensuring these rights are actually respected. You can call this institution, you can encounter some people of this institution to explain your rights problem. The defender is aided by the deputy with the Defender of Children. And there is also the French National Consultative Human Rights Commission, also actively monitors the respect for human rights in France, acting as a counselor for the government as well as a Human Rights Watch. This French National Human Rights Institution include two colleagues of Internet Society France, especially Lucien Castex, indeed. Without going into long, the Ministry of Justice is also engaged in the protection of children in France. And last, but not really last, but not least, a new initiative was on during from Thursday, November 10 in Paris. And this lab, the Children Online Protection Lab, brings together platforms, NGOs, and regulators to address the fee.
Claire, I think we lost you there for a moment.
Yeah, I lost you too. I'm back. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay.
You just mentioned
I was speaking about the children online.
Indeed. Maybe if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
Maybe you can turn your camera off so that we can understand you a little bit better. I'm sorry, it seems the bandwidth is not with us. We are losing you again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes, I was speaking about this lab, the Children Online Protection Lab, who brings together platform, NGOs, regulators to address the growing of minors to internet pornography, cyberbullying, or violence, and it aims at achieving a new multi-stakeholders to identify assets and develop products tools safely. I just want to speak about one other thing. I can't hear you. You are mute.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, but I think we're losing you a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. Just one more thing about another initiative. The French Ministry of Education has developed a new program in order to detect, prevent, and make stop bullying in school, and linked to that cyberbullying. the name of this program is FAR program. The key idea in order to protect children in the digital space, as in the physical space, is that adults had to be trained, educated on those matters. Children have to know that adults are referent, are true guidance, and can be spoken to. Obviously, in France and in other countries, there is still a need of generalization of a digital literacy among children. Schools are providing some courses about internet, how to react on social network, etc. But these specializations cannot go with the realization through school of citizens with critical and analytical ability. I think this is a larger matter of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire, for sharing these very important initiatives. And I think you make a very important point. Generally, there's often a question, how can we actually, what are the concrete steps we can take? And there is a lot, but when it comes to certain things like fake news, misinformation, we can give, skills to children to understand that they, go and double check the sources of what they read. But in the end, what we really need to teach them is to think critically about what they read, to read the whole story, to, have that thinking. So indeed, it is a much broader approach, and we heard that also earlier. It goes into all spheres, be it a sports context, the school context, the family context, and so on and so forth. So I think that was great to hear as well. Thank you so much for sharing. So with that, we have closed our first round of speakers. I think I would like to give the floor to the Bangladesh remote hub, who had a question or a comment on what has been said so far. If we can please unmute the hub. Is the hub still with us?
Sorry, Fanny, I don't see Bangladesh Hub anymore on the list, but maybe
I cannot see them either. Yeah. Okay, so with that, then maybe we can see if there's any other questions. So we would now move to our Q&A part of the conversation. So I don't know if in the room there is any comments or questions geared towards our speakers.
Fanny, I'll be your eyes in the room if you don't mind. There are plenty of hands here.
Okay.
So I'll leave the Zoom to you, but I'll just help with the room. Let's just go on my left, start with Jennifer, and then we're gonna make a circle.
Thank you, Anya. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm the Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. Just briefly, since I know that we have a lot of NRIs in the room and also in Zoom that want to make a contribution, just sharing a little bit on our meeting this year. We did have a showcase of quite a special initiative, an internet space that is dedicated to kids. It's called .kids, and basically, I mean, it is a top-level registry, but the policies that surround this internet space is quite special because registries that as you all know, .com, .net, .org, they do have DNS abuse guidelines that govern that space. But for a space that is dedicated and safe for kids to explore and learn and grow, there needs to be additional guidelines that govern this space, including space for children to voice their agency, as well as mitigating abuse that comes in. So we've been trying to work quite closely with the DC on the children's right online. I think it's in the digital environment. I do see Jutta Kroll, who's the co-chair of that DC, in this room, and I urge all of the NRIs to work closely with this DC because there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of expertise that they do have, and I believe they did a very, very substantive report on what happened in the general comment 25, where also there was children and young people's contribution that was substantively included in the public consultation. So not only do we look at the protection part of it, we need to also give agency to children, kids, and young people to be able to voice out what they hope to see in the digital space, how they want to create the digital space for their own future. Thanks.
I think that's such an important point. You know, we had a conversation yesterday, similar, the 3 Ps. So, you know, moving from protection, provision to participation. So really, you know, that comprehensive, indeed, yeah, that comprehensive approach to children's rights in the digital environment. Thank you for sharing. Anya, I will let you continue in the room, please.
Yes, thank you, Fanny. I'm just going by the order that I see. I see Jimson is next.
Thank you very much, Jameson Olufi Afikta. Well, I would like to commend the speakers. It's been an excellent presentation. And of interest is the data provided by the speaker from China. Very excellent presentation. I'm quite amazed that 99.2% of children have access to digital devices. Well, please confirm again. And then I'm interested in knowing the range of the children under consideration. And then, so I think from Nepal, you are trying to gauge which is better. Is it that maybe we prevent access to children, or how do we, maybe by design, we should be able to mitigate the issue of child online abuse? Well, I would say really that we should give them access, but it should be controlled. And then maybe say safety by design, as you mentioned too, would be highly welcome. And then the regulators, they have a lot to do in terms of maybe rating the apps. You know, like in the movie industry, we do rating so that they do not have access to illegal apps and so on. Then lastly, I think we need more research. It would be good for the NRI to do some research, just like the Chinese have done. You know, that's very, I'm really still amazed at 99.2%. I'm interested in knowing how that happened, okay? So, because in Africa, I think we still need a lot of work to do. So we can take that thing up, so we can have, we can measure the progress in that regard, and then see the progress of the safety measures put in place to safeguard our children. So we need research, continuous research to do that. So if NRL headquarters can you know, take that up, I think there will be organizations that will be able to fund that, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimson. Then we have Ines here, and then yeah, let's go here and then continue.
Thank you very much. So this is Ines Hafez speaking from Tunisia. So I wear 2 hats. Actually, I'm a teacher, counselor, and under the Ministry of Education, and at the same time the Africa representative in ICANN's non-commercial users constituency. So the question is, thank you very much for a great really session. I learned so many things, took note of so many things. So I just, we always ask, should it be top down or bottom up? I think the processes have to go hand in hand, because when we say top down, we need the legal and legislative framework to protect children, but at the same time it has to go bottom up from teachers and from counselors and also from civil society to be able to enter the schools. We have tried this in Tunisia out of my personal willingness, but not only me, many teachers. So we brought to the school the Internet Society, and also we brought to school Mozilla, sorry to name the platform, to teach children about their safety online, about their rights, about how to be safe online. So I think I just had the suggestion that both processes, top down and bottom up, have to go hand in hand at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. And then who was next? Sorry. Yeah, let's go there to. I can't see. Sorry, from this side. Is it Igonor? Then there's nobody. Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Gono Oshuke. I'm a program manager for the Nigeria IGF, and I just wanted to speak to what my brother from Nepal talked about, also about design. And I think most time when we talk about design, we tend to focus on big tech and neglect small tech in quotes. And I'm saying this as someone that has worked in software development for quite some time, specifically to the issue of APIs. So, for example, I had a personal experience on GitHub when there was an API that I had to use, and then I found out that it was connected to a database somewhere, and it was going to keep on taking email addresses that were put. And you find that for most of the games that children love, those small, I think we call them these tap games that children love, we use many of these APIs in those games, and many developers may not be aware or may just be oblivious to the fact that this might be harmful to children. So I think we need to equip regulators with not just the ability to provide policy recommendations, but also to carefully take a look at source code, especially separate APIs that are used in creating these things that children use. So that's like usually what I wanted to speak about on design. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Igonor. So wisdom briefly, then Yuta, and then we conclude in the room. And there's one hand online.
My hand was up.
Thank
yes,
you very much.
As well.
My name is Wisdom, Executive Director of ODEF. Yes, this child online protection thing, I think especially I'm speaking from the African context. So the first one is for us to be able to really solve this problem, we first of all have to look at education in our homes. That is the first one. We need to go down to our homes and have programs for these people. The second one is to look at society and then see the kind of things that we do in society and then address it. The third one is the educational sector, our curriculum. We need to look at it, and then some of these things we need to begin to integrate them into our curriculum so that the next generation that is coming, we catch them at that level. If we refuse to do that, they will grow and learn from the old, and then it will keep on being in that circle. So we need to start from some point and then grow with it, and then when they grow, it remains. The other one too is especially our rural communities. You know, these areas are still cut off. They are not online. What do we do to connect these people? We need to think about that. Also, we need to think about the safety aspect. So whilst we are thinking about connecting them, we are also thinking about the safety. So if you take a rural farmer, husband and wife as an example, when they go to farm and then they are back in their home, all of them live in one room. What happens in the room, nobody knows. And then the children, whatever thing that husband and wife are doing, the children are there, closing one eye and then watching. And then when you give them that platform, and then they are beginning to see those things, then that cycle continues. So we need to look at it and then address it, and then not discussing only at the top. Yeah, it looks like there is too much discussion at the top. We don't go to the people to pick those information. We need data. We need to start using data. We need to open up data to some of these things so that we can solve our problems quickly. So this is what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Wisdom. Nazar, then Yuta. We are, just to let you know, over time 3 minutes.
Thank you, Anya. Appreciate the time. My name is Nazar Nicholas Kirama, coordinator for the Tanzania IGF. And let me start with the good news from Tanzania. The privacy and personal data protection that stole like 11 years ago is about to be signed into law. after going through the parliament. So that is a very good news for us, because we know that now we have a guideline not only to protect individuals, but also to ensure that kids are protected online. Number two, I believe that as parents we have got a very big role to play, because I have interacted with many parents, at least from the Tanzanian perspective, and they just leave their cell phones and smartphones to the kids to play with the smartphone without guidance. I think we are headed to the unknown territory, because as much as we love our kids, we really need to exercise tough love, because if we expose our kids to materials that are meant for adults, then what is remaining of them? So I think as parents we need to play our part to make sure that our kids are safe. Lastly, I think and I believe that teachers can play a very important role in terms of making sure that our kids are protected. If at all we claim to be the promoters of multi-stakeholder approaches to problem that we face when it comes to internet space and the internet governance space, it is very critical as NRI today to make sure that all of us, as we go back, we engage schools and boards of schools and the ministry that concerns about children. It is very critical, because the more we engage with with teachers and the departments that deal with children affairs, or the ministries, the better we position ourselves in terms of making sure that our children are safe online. I believe every one of us here has a child. If you don't have a child, I think sometimes in the future you will have one. So I believe it is one of our jobs that we need to embark on, to make sure that we protect our kids as they learn to be part of the digital economy. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the input from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nazar. Let's quickly hear from Yuta, and I think we'll need to soon conclude.
No, it's fine. Thanks. Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and I apologize for being late for your session. I couldn't attend it due to other obligations. I just wanted to refer to, I've heard you speaking about safety by design, and now we had these recommendations for parents, teachers to take care when educating children. Within the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights and the Digital Environment, we have just started developing an instrument for risk assessment of sexualized violence against children. And we do see also from a draft CSA regulation at the European Commission that risk assessment is the first step into understanding where the risks are for children. Usually we look at the end of the escalation, where we see child sexual abuse material occurring. So when the violence against the children has already taken place and these horrific images are spread around the internet. But it starts much earlier, and so we see that on the one hand the service providers who need to have a risk assessment before they can start a process of safety by design. They need to know where the risks are, and the risks are not only in the content that is not appropriate for the children, but in the contact. So if children can be contacted on a certain platform by people they do not know so far, they are probably much older, then there the risk starts, and it could end up with sexual violence against the children. And so either in education or the service provider, or in the better case both, need to undertake steps from the beginning where is the contact, and it's not only in the areas where you would consider, okay, if a child goes to a dating app, for example, of course that might be dangerous and lead to a contact that leads to abuse, but it's also in areas like in games where on first sight you would not expect that there are dangerous contacts for children. So we will publish this instrument for risk assessment soon within the Dynamic Coalition, and I just refer you to also the website. I will spread some cards here where you can find it soon, and then let's discuss it in the next NRI sessions, not only at IGF in Kyoto, but maybe in your countries as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jutta, and everyone. Fanny, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for these very, very important points. And indeed, you know, I think Jutta brought it also together. I mean, there is the part on education, and we had teachers, and as a matter of fact, they are those that parents that don't have the information turn to, you know, to search for support and guidance. But if there is no, you know, knowledge and awareness and education there as well, then, you know, the circle, as we had, goes on. And I think the industry piece and how do we engage, you know, the technology, and how do we measure that that impact, but also have that assessment first. And I think that will be a very, very important tool to have. So we're far over time, but I think this discussion has been so important and relevant for everyone online and in the room. So if I may, I would like to allow our speakers in not more than 1 minute, please, to express one call for action, something that you believe we all can do working together to address and tackle the challenge of online safety for children. So I will give the floor to Mr. Abdel Jalil, please, for a 1 minute statement and call to action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Firstly, we need collaboration, capacity building, putting children on the table of the decision making, and the last one is action. Thank you.
Core points. Thank you so much for being so brief. So over to Haiyan, please, for a call to action. Very sharp, short and sharp.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah? Thank you. Children's personal information protection and the digital safety issues have always been the focus of our attention, and the protection of the children's personal information and the digital safety requires the linkage of the multiple entities such as the platforms, society, and the parents, and the strength of the one party alone cannot create a good and healthy internet environment for children. Among them, the platform is a very important part. While the platform protects personal information and digital safety for children, they also need of continuously strengthen content governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haiyan. And maybe if I could ask you to confirm in the chat the number of 99% of children in China being connected. I think there was a question from the floor in the room, really to have a confirmation on that number. Thank you. Please, a call to action closing from Mr. Babu Ramarial in the room.
Thank you. It's very important to protect children at home, and it's very precious place to engagement for them. So let's protect our kids from home at the beginning, and rather than blaming technology, let's guide, let's educate them, and give more opportunity in the platform and in the cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have also a knowledge sharing through joining international initiatives in the chat. Thank you so much, Zaina, for sharing that as well. Please, a call to action from Elizabeth Caesar from Nigeria.
All right, thank you. So two main things for me is collaboration by all relevant stakeholders so that they don't work in silos. And secondly, more capacity building opportunities for parents and teachers so they understand how to perform the technical aspects on devices to ensure that all the necessary set up parental controls and all that is necessary is actually set up on the devices before the children make use of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very important points. And again, the double pillar and the streamline at all levels. Thank you so much. I think we did lose the French IGF.
I'm there. I'm there.
Okay, I cannot
me.
see you. Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Please, over to you.
There is a need to act quickly and to coordinate multiple layers and actors, especially to tackle child exploitation and child pornography. Regulation is a necessity, but it is not sufficient. We need to improve also the educational field.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we heard you perfectly well. And with that, the last words and call to action, please, from those and the voice of those that we're talking about here. And so the last word is to you, Diana, as a young representative. What is the call for action that you have for us, for all of us, to make this internet safer and more empowering for children like yourself?
Yes, thank you. I really agree with educating parents and children because, as we know, all the rules that are set, they're mostly broken, so they don't have much impact anymore. I would also say that I really like those projects and different organizations that have been organized. For example, I am a part of the Microsoft Council for Digital Good, which is the reason why I'm also here on this call. And I've been educated a lot, I learned a lot, so learning is what I would go for. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very important point. And I think, participation of children is really a key. So, for us to understand, to have the data, but really to be able to shape the response as well. And that may be complex. So participation is hard. So I think we just have to start. And the same is on protection. So I'd like to thank all the speakers and also all the colleagues in the room and online that shared their thoughts and comments. I think it was a very fruitful and conversation with so many important points, and we can see that this is a topic that is very, very relevant for all of us, and it will only be more relevant in the future. So I'd like to thank you, and with that close this session today. Thank you so much for participating.
And thank you, Ayan. Thank you, Ayan, for the great job you are doing. Thank you. A big round of applause for Ayan and the team.
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Can you
everyone.
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you for coming. We'll be just waiting for the two other panelists, and then we'll start as soon as possible.
Do we already have a link for the live streaming?
Lucien, if you're here, is there a link? If yes, can you put it in the chat so that Luca can have it? Lucien, we can't hear you. Thanks, Eduardo, for the link. Luca, the link is in the chat.
Fantastic.
Excuse me, for the IGF, can you give the rights to Lucien Castex so that he can share his camera and can speak, because he's the lead in this workshop.
Fantastic.
There are some technical issues. We need to add some rights to the different speakers. They can't speak and they can't share their camera. So let's wait for IGF6 to do the necessary stuff. Hello, Reina. Always smiling.
Hey everyone. Can you hear me, Sami?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Luca, are you able to share your camera, Lucien and Jean-Jacques?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning to everyone again.
Perfect. Can you see me as well and hear me correctly?
Yes, but
Loud and clear.
Jean-Jacques, are you here? Because he told me that he's online, but we don't see him. But worst case, what we can do, as we have people waiting, we can start the workshop, and Jean-Jacques can join us during the presentations. So if you're okay, Lucien, we can start.
Perfectly. Yeah. Jean-Jacques will be joining us, I guess, during the workshop, and well, might have a time zone problem. We'll see. So indeed, we can start. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on security meets responsibility, connected everything resilience. As you know, I am Lucien Castex. I'm the representative for public policy at AFNIC, the French CCTLD, and I will be moderating the session with Sami Swissy from ANSSI, the French Cybersecurity Agency. I invite the virtual participant to ask questions directly on the chat on Zoom. We'll also have a Q&A session after the panel discussion. It's quite important to be really interactive for such a session. Our topic today is the IoT, the Internet of Things, security and resilience, which is, let's be honest, quite a broad topic. IoT has expanded substantially, and nowadays connected the multiple diversity of objects surrounding us is both a technology challenge and a political challenge as well, from the smart home to the smart city. The actual COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the essential role of the internet in our daily lives. Despite the noticeable increase in traffic that happened during the first lockdown last year, networks have held up, and the internet has proved to be resilient. Nevertheless, digital products and digital services continue to evolve and expand to create the connected everything. Building trust is as important as building new infrastructures. With the emergence of new technologies, there is a switch in paradigms and a need for more comprehensive understanding of resilience, security, and sovereignty.
So in this context, like, governments are promoting new legislation affecting the internet worldwide. Like, if we take the European Union, for example, we have more legislative packages that have been introduced, like the Digital Service Act, Digital Market Act, Cyber Resilience Act, as well as the revision of NIS directive. And if we take, for example, also the United States, we have the NIST IoT-specific guidance, the Internet of Things Cybersecurity Improvement Act of 2020, and they have a major impact on manufacturing of those IoT devices. So cybersecurity and resilience of the IT ecosystem has been of paramount importance, and we are witnessing a drive toward data protection and the security meet responsibility in order to foster a trusted IoT ecosystem, from cybersecurity design to human rights per default. And in order to identify the issues and the challenges facing us, we are pleased to have today in our panel three renowned experts from different backgrounds that will provide us with very interesting insights, and I'm very sure. And we're happy to have those VIPs with us. We have Luca Belli, PhD, who is a professor of internet governance and regulation at FGV Law School, where he directs the Center for Technology and Security and the Cyber BRICS project. Luca is also associated researcher at the Centre de Droit Public Comparé of Paris 2 University and editor of International Data Privacy Law Journal that is published by Oxford University Press. He is currently a member of the board of the Alliance for Affordable Internet and the director of the Latin American edition for the Computers, Privacy and Data Protection Conference. Then we have Reina Stamboliska, who is the founder and CEO of RS Strategies, the advisory that nurtures entrepreneurs and SMEs with actionable expertise to help them navigate uncertainty. She focuses on EU digital diplomacy and resilience through cybersecurity, hybrid threats, strategic autonomy, and data protection. She's also an award-winning author for La face cachée d'Internet, published in 2017. Reina also statutally supports open source, data, and science. She has consulted for international organizations, private companies, and non-profit. Energetic and passionate, she is recognized as an international speaker, and that's why we're happy to have her with us today. And last, we'll have Jean-Jacques Sahel. I hope that he is with us now. I don't know yet. We have to check. But Jean-Jacques is head of access to information policy of Asia Pacific at Google since 2019, overseeing Google public policy approach in the region for issues including misinformation, communication policy, and intermediary liability. And before joining Google, Jean-Jacques was managing director of ICANN Europe and led organization corporate strategy and operation across the European region. So if we start with our different presentation, let's start with Luca Belli. The name of our town hall is Security Meet Responsibilities, and you lately published like a paper on responsible IoT. So my question for you is, how can IoT impact fundamental rights, and how can tech businesses do better fulfilling their responsibilities to respect human rights?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sami and Lucien, and all the friends that have organized this very timely and important discussion. As Sami was mentioning, actually, my presentation will be based mainly on this paper that I published a couple of years ago, but is still very, very relevant, sadly, I would say, because not too much has been evolving over the past couple of years. And the name of the paper was The Need for a Riot, where riot was the acronym of Responsible Internet of Things. And so my presentation is based on this framework, and then I would provide a couple of examples from a group of countries that I analyze a lot, the BRICS countries of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, on which we have developed a lot of recent research at CTS here in Brazil. So there are 3 points that I would like to highlight here today. And first, that we need to focus on what the doctrine defines complex IoT environments. So the integration systems that integrate many devices, connected devices, through platforms that automate these devices and chain functionally the devices to provide some sort of smart applications. And this is usually powered through AI systems and can feed into big data analytics. And so depending on the size, here we can have smart homes, smart buildings, smart factory, smart cities, smart grids. Really, it may be enormous as a size, this kind of systems. And this leads to the second point that I will analyze, which is we have to focus. With this expansion of size, there is also an expansion, of course, in the attack surface of these systems. And this means that there are both risks and responsibility for the actors that are behind these systems, but also for duties for the state that have a duty to provide for human rights. And so my final point will be a couple of suggestions how public and private actors can fulfill their duty to provide for fundamental rights in the case of the public actors, and their responsibility to respect human rights in terms of the business sector, especially with regard, well, not only with regard to privacy and security, but also to regard to a host of other rights that may be compromised by this system when they are not properly designed and implemented. So when we speak about IoT, as I'm the first speaker, maybe it's good also to stress that they are particularly relevant as systems of connected devices, maybe millions of connected devices with embedded sensors, because they they are based on the increasingly fine-grained, ubiquitous, and very voluminous, very large volumes of data that can be collected and processed. And this collection, this processing enhances efficiencies in your home, in your grid, in your city. And so on the one hand, the big data and AI systems that power these systems are essential. They are instrumental enablers to realize the full potential of the IoT. But on the other hand, this is complementary. The IoT is essential to and instrumental to realize the potential of AI and big data feeding these systems with data that may be personal data or non-personal data, right? So this bidirectional relation is really essential because we typically focus on the things, on the connected object. But we should actually see the IoT as a collection of technologies that expands the reach of the internet, the reach of AI into the physical world. And that is here we enter in my second consideration. It is not only about privacy and surveillance. It's really, the IoT blurs the distinction between online and offline. And also this enormously expands the potential of risks. So if we want to consider this from a philosophical perspective, Oxford University philosopher Luciano Freudi would call this the situation of on-life paradigm. So when we merge online and offline. But from a very pragmatic perspective, especially a cybersecurity perspective, this really demands us to rethink completely security. I mean, the past 8 years of attacks, of Russian attacks to Ukraine, provided us a lot of examples of how IoT systems can not only be hacked, they can really be weaponized to wreak havoc in a country. We have a large spectrum, for example, going from the sabotage of the Ukrainian grid in 2015 and 16, the NotPetya malware attack that paralyzed the banking system of the country in 2017, and even disabled some radiation monitoring systems at Chernobyl, which really makes us understand the kind of risks that we are facing, right? So it is essential that we embed cybersecurity as a core preoccupation when we design the system, when we implement the system. Otherwise, we are not building smart systems. We are building time bombs. And I'm sorry to be so blunt and maybe look a little bit pessimistic, but I think that the past decade of example really corroborate what I'm mentioning now. And so here brings us to my last consideration, which is the state, the public bodies have a duty to provide for security, privacy, and freedom of association, freedom of movement, and all these rights can be impacted by when IoT systems do not function properly and are not secured. And corporations, of course, have a responsibility to fulfill those rights, but also they need guidance somehow to do this. And this is why I think multi-stakeholder partnerships here are not only something desirable, are really something essential for the implementation of proper cybersecurity. If we have well-designed normative frameworks, that is really the cornerstone that states should provide in order to achieve system resilience, to avoid attacks, to define clear obligations, to have an obligations also periodic audits to see if the strategies and systems that are utilized are still cybersecure, because what is cybersecure today may be vulnerable tomorrow or in 1 month. So it is essential to periodically assess, to provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information, but also to provide data privacy and data security. So legal frameworks are essential, but as a lawyer myself, I can really tell you very honestly that legal frameworks are only the basis. They are necessary, but not sufficient. The main challenge is to achieve cooperation and implementation. And let me provide you a couple of examples to finalize this. One from Brazil, where there is a very nice general data protection law adopted in 2018, entered in force 2020, that very much mirrors the EU GDPR, which includes an obligation, not only a principle in Article 6, but an obligation of data security by design, Article 47 and 46 of the law. But so one may say, fantastic, Brazil has data security. There is a new authority. There is a new law. But actually, the authority has never specified how this obligation has to be concretely implemented by technologies, by developers, by entities. So most data systems in Brazil are extraordinarily insecure because there is no guidance on how to do this. And so people, any kind of entity is basically in the dark because they don't know how to comply with the law. And so here I would like to provide another counter example to finalize about China, which is absolutely criticizable for many things, but they are, in my view, the only country that has always considered cybersecurity really seriously and strategically. Since 2014, they created what they call a Shitong, so a systems of public entities that coordinate to strategize on how to implement informatization, but at the same time also cybersecurity. So digitalization and cybersecurity are two sides of the same coin, and this is how they should be seen. And another very important point that I think should be considered from the Chinese system is that they do not consider the normative framework as the key, the solution, but only a basis on which the other vectors of regulation have to be built. And this is something very visible for those who work with theory of regulation. Law is a very imperfect instrument of regulation. You have to couple it with investments which direct how the technology will be built. So if you want cyber secure technology, pour billions in the development of that on that technology. And on the other hand, you also have to translate the normative frameworks into technical specification for developers. And that is what a lot of public think tanks in China do, translate norms into specifications, technical standards that can be understood by the developers. Otherwise, compliance is impossible. So thank you very much, and sorry if I was speaking too much. I hope that I was stick in the 10 minutes I had, and I really look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Luca. You were perfect. That's quite a topic indeed. When you speak about human rights by design, privacy by design, security by design, it's quite a number of reflections from the EU on that tech. Your use case on Brazil is quite interesting, and law is quite an imperfect instrument indeed. I would like to give the floor to Raina Stamboliska. Now, legislation, Raina, is increasingly present in the realm of the Internet of Things. A wide range of guidelines, as Lucas said, best practices, legislative proposals exist throughout the world that can help improve the security of connected products and services. What are your reflections on that, Raina?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm very glad to be back to IGF again. So there are different aspects to consider here when we talk about norms in general. Legislation is one of those norms. One word about why I'm interested into this is to also kind of build upon what Luca was just saying, is that we need rules to live together as a society. But if part of the people, a big part of the people, do not understand those rules, we cannot live, normally and healthily as a society. And so this has been, if you like, a way for me and a motivation for my work is to bridge that gap of sorts and kind of translate into human language what lawyers say on one side, or legislators or policymakers, and what technical people say on the other side. Because that's, with technical people, that's the other way around. We are so drowning in slang, in technical slang, that people cannot understand what exactly the whole thing is about. So without, repeating what Luca was saying as a definition of IoT, I would like to offer a complementary, in a way, reframing of this definition, which binds directly to what I just said, which is IoT is an ecosystem, and it's basically two types of ecosystems. One is an ecosystem of technical and technological items. You have the object itself, right? And that object connects with different well, types of protocols, different connections to distant services. You have the data that transits through those connections, that is stored and, treated to produce different services, whatnot, be it through machine learning or through simple, let's say, algorithms. Ordering in a chat, time stamping messages, that's an algorithm, right? It's not AI, but it's still an algorithm. So that's one ecosystem of technological items that interact together. And for those items, we'll get back to this afterwards, but we are very far from making it exactly clear to anyone, to 100% of the population, what those items are, how they interact together, what is being done to guarantee those can be trusted and that their interactions can be trusted as well, right? The other type of ecosystem in IoT is the users ecosystem. If we, like here, we are how many, like say we are 5 people on stage. If each and every one of us is asked, what IoT do you have, for you, there will be at least 5 different IoTs being cited. So it can be consumer electronics, it can be industrial IoT, it can be home appliances, it can be, that sort of things. But there is something that is neither an industrial IoT nor a consumer electronics per se object, which is the increasing and vastly increasing amount of wearables, things that have sensors and that we wear, and that can fall into the health monitoring realm of stuff, if you like, which are not necessarily medical devices per se, and for which there so far is very little legal, let's say, framework and guidance, because, well, they are not medical devices per se, so they're not certified as such. But on the other hand, they're kind of consumer electronics, but they deal with, well, sensitive data, because health data is sensitive data. And as a reminder, what sensitive data is, GDPR, for example, on Article 9 defines sensitive data as anything that relates, is any personal data that relates to, well, political opinions, religious obediences, but also to the self, my biometric data, for example, DNA and so on. So we are left basically with a situation where those two very complex ecosystems collide. And at some point, we are having our discussions about how can we make those ecosystems trustworthy before they become trusted, and how they can be resilient. And we are asking that question quite often through the angle of, let's say, legislation, audits, and things like this. And the blind spots I'm seeing is that we are on one side having big troubles communicating all those efforts to the, well, 99.9999% of the population, who is not you and me, meaning we don't have any labels, we don't have any meaningful, accessible, simple, not simplistic way of conveying all those efforts that we're doing. And on the other side, we are still struggling with specific aspects of technology and organization of security, which one of those that for me is essential and that basically crystallizes everything that's not right or that's not done right is vulnerability management. And this is a very huge problem and a very huge remit for IoT in the sense that it concerns, vulnerabilities concern not just the software components, but also the hardware components and all the intermediaries there. And so if it is relatively simple to ship updates and patches and fixes for software components, it is not at all that simple to do so for hardware components, for microcode and that sort of things. And this becomes a particular pain when we look at medical devices, for example, or industrial IoT, meaning those are all connected systems, connected ecosystems that are vital infrastructure or provide critical service to their users. And so we have those issues here for which legislation is necessary, but it is a base, it is a baseline. It's a starting point. Then for us to have responsibility in those ecosystems, for me, responsibility is not enough. Responsibility means little without accountability. How do I, the law says I'll get sanctioned and so on and so forth, but how do I actually implement the law and hold, manufacturers, vendors, and so on to account? This to me is a very different, again, question that's for the time being. We're kind of, dancing around in legislation, in different legislative pieces, but we are yet to get to, hold of and grasp, especially when it boils down to, vulnerability management and getting users basically to be able to exercise their fundamental rights, for example, and freedoms. GDPR is an embodiment of how to exercise your fundamental right to privacy. However, we do not have the equivalent in terms of, for example, security. So where I'm going with this is how can we, as a global society, as a global community, move forward not just with responsibility, but also with accountability, especially when it touches down to non-state actors, because, states, of course, they need and they have procedures to make rules that, are at least theoretically participative. And it's their obligation to protect fundamental rights and freedoms. But more and more, we also have the trend where for innovation to happen, it always happens outside of the rule of law. I'm not talking about constitution or things like this, even though that also sometimes happens. But I'm talking about fundamentals such as GDPR, for example, but not only that. So how do we get those people? And this is an open question because, I'm too young or too old, depending on point of view, to have answers to that fundamental type of questions. That is a question for me and for all of us, because that's something we need to tackle as a global community. Thank you. I hope I didn't go beyond my time.
Thank you very much, Reina. And welcome, Jean-Jacques. You joined us and you have all the right to share your screen and your mic. So as the representative of private sector, and as you're working in Google now, it would be interesting to have feedback from you, because if I come back to what Luca has said, he said legal base is necessary but not sufficient. So with the growing number of connected devices, the technological combinations available today, and the growing worry of a number of users about data governance and privacy, and how do you perceive the need for this increased security and following the best practices implementation for both Google infrastructure in your case and more globally the internet ecosystem? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sami, and good afternoon and evening and or morning, depending on where you are. And it's very nice to see many people I know actually on the screen. And thanks again, Lucia and Sami, for organizing this session. And it was great actually listening to my fellow panelists, because I think there's a lot of points that I'd like to touch on and perhaps to expand on. And I think I might just pass on my introduction about how important it is to have to think about these questions, considering how much we're in such a highly interconnected age, right? Where our personal lives, as well as our everyday at work, if you will, are surrounded by connections and increasingly by connected devices. So we really need to make this work, and obviously it's happened all pretty fast, right? Arguably. So you know, we need to address malicious actors, but also what might be just you know, the sort of innocent mispreparations and not enough proper assessment of risk in these areas. And how do we do this? I think just to continue on from what I think Luca was saying, indeed, yeah, we do need legislation, basic legislation, but it's not enough. What we really need is a holistic approach to the challenge. And so the way we would look at it from a, you know, from a perspective of our business, but I think it works quite well generally as a wider, perhaps a public policy approach, is to have a multi-pronged approach where we look at least 4 or 5 components. I'll give you 5. Products, the wider ecosystem, the role of governments, businesses, and then people. People might be employees as well, right? So if you start with products, certainly the way we look at it for our own products is that every single product that we make is secure by default. We build in security as part of the development process, and we try to make it secure by default. And we hope that as we see more and more connected devices, others across the value chains, across the supply chains, are going to have that same approach of security by default. I'm going, you know, I'm summarizing, of course. I could speak for a while just on that point, but let me continue to the next one. So it's products first, secure by default. Then thinking about a wider ecosystem, if we want to create a safer internet, we need to have, you know, responsible companies, but also responsible actors generally. There's a multitude of actors across the supply chain and the value chain. If we think about just one connected device, in many cases, not just one manufacturer, we're talking about several manufacturers that all have a part in this. And then you've got other components to make that product work for the end user that go, you know, that includes, for instance, the connectivity part, you know, the telecom routing all the way to the end user. And it's that whole, we need to consider that value chain as a whole and make sure that that value chain, that supply chain is secure the whole way through. And then we need to think about, you know, I was touching on when I was talking about connectivity. There's been some interesting cases over the years. I think Luca was referring to some of the misuses, the weaponization of some of the connected device, potentially, or indeed in real life. And one of the things we need to think about is what is the routing of the data. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have resilient systems for the transport of the data as well. We need resilient infrastructure and infrastructure that itself is secure, but also diverse. We need to think about different types of technology for connectivity and for networks. And we need to make sure that there's diversity in the routing of the data. We want to make sure that we have good competition at the level of networks and the routing of data, so that we don't have too small a number of critical points of failure in how data moves, and therefore a way for an easier way, if you will, for malicious actors to be successful. And so we do our bit, right? We invest massively as a company in infrastructure that supports the transport of data, from things like submarine cables to data centers to caches, and all of these are built with security in mind. And so that's what we'd like to see in that sort of wider ecosystem, really across the whole journey of a product, but also a service, from conception all the way to being used by the user. We need to have that continuity of security. If we think about businesses generally, I mean, every business nowadays in the economy is increasingly a digital business in some part. whether it's just for its day-to-day operations or because it's getting online in some shape or form. And so it's fine. Every business should embrace new technologies and shouldn't be afraid, but we should build in knowledge and an understanding of risk of cybersecurity across the organization, from the employee all the way to leadership. And the leadership of an organization today has to be a digitally minded leadership. In pretty much any role of leadership, there is a digital element and a risk element that needs to be taken into account. Part of that can be should be done by adopting good practices. So it can be about the adoption of security and data protection standards, such as some of the ISO standards out there. So that's a good tool, for instance, about how businesses can build in those capabilities to be secure. And there is the link, and that's not just for those that are protecting. Let me be clearer, perhaps. This is not just for companies that are manufacturing connected devices. We're talking about any business out there that is using connected devices and generally connected services. And then it goes through those businesses, adopting those good practices, also thinking about their supply chain, their providers, making sure they have the right strong security capabilities themselves. So all across the supply chain, again, making sure we have an understanding of security. Then there's the role of government. They themselves need, of course, to have their infrastructure protected, and then how they interact with the public. That's pretty obvious, and that goes through a whole range of elements. And here, I think perhaps it's a good moment to think that it's not just cybersecurity in the hardware sort of way. We also need to think about again, people and safety in the broader sense. So how malicious actors can combine sometimes attacks on the hardware, but also on the software, on things like propaganda. How again there can be a continuum of attacks for the malicious actors, and we as a society need to be prepared across that broader understanding of what safety means. And the final one is people. Again, as I was saying at the beginning, it's about individuals, but it's also simply employees or decision makers. Everyone needs to have a culture of cybersecurity increasingly. And there are steps that can be taken, right, to protect oneself, to protect our devices, our online accounts, that don't require that much time and little costs. You can take security assessments, free security assessments that exist online. You can find them. We offer some. Enable multi-factor authentication, use password managers, make sure you have updated operating systems for your devices so that old faults cannot be exploited by malicious actors. Enable extra security features on some of your online accounts, for instance, and generally just be vigilant, be aware about things like phishing or social engineering attacks. Avoid clicking on unknown links. I think many of us on this call probably know about this, but the wider public, actually, there's still a massive gap. And we as a society, again, should really invest. I think Luca was saying earlier, cybersecurity costs hundreds of billions a year. Let's invest a little bit of that in user awareness raising. And to me, empowering users is key to mitigating these problems long term, right? We can churn out as much legislation as we want, even technology. At the end of the day, a user that is aware and empowered is the key to all this. That or at least a major part of mitigating the problem. Because I think that's where I'd like to pick up on what Luca was saying. So I think yes, we do need legislation, but actually, legislation is only part of that solution. We really do need to have a holistic approach with these other measures in mind. That could be technology or that can be awareness raising. When we think about legislation, whether it's hate speech or poison pen letters or propaganda, you hear those terms. They might sound old-fashioned. They're not new. Today we might call them trolling or we might call them disinformation. They're not new. We actually often have laws already. We've had product safety laws for a long time, but we do need to reinterpret them, perhaps, reapply them in this new context to make it effective, and combine them with other initiatives, other tools, to ensure that we have an overall effective approach to dealing with this problem. So just to sum it up, I think it's really that embedding really that way of thinking, that culture of online security and safety that we all need to work on and to embed in our everyday lives and everyday work. So Thank you. Thanks for listening. Of course, plenty more to discuss, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques, for this presentation and for the different insights. Before starting the Q&A session, I just want to go back to the different panelists and see if you have any remarks, feedbacks on what the others have presented already. The floor is yours.
Luca, go ahead.
Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, just a very quick comment on what both Rainer and Jean-Jacques were mentioning about the question of incentives. I think that a very important point that we have to bear in mind is that most of the connected devices are not developed by corporations that traditionally invest or know about software security or cybersecurity or digitalization in anyhow. Most of the consumers' electronics are developed by producers of toys or of any other household appliance or cars that traditionally were producers of those goods, not of software. So they are totally unprepared. And it's not really a question of bad faith, it's a question of lack of means. Even I don't want to downgrade consumers of producers of consumers goods, but it's a matter of lack of know-how and intellectual capacity. People working there, they are not software engineers. Maybe they have hired a couple over the past months or the past years. And on the other hand, consumers don't really care about security. They care about cheap prices, nice design, nice features, but cybersecurity is really probably the last concern of consumers. And so that is why it's essential to have laws that create obligation to secure connected devices, but it's also essential to explain how to properly implement those laws and give incentives, financial incentives. You do well cybersecurity, you pay less taxes. We create bonuses for those who excel in cybersecurity, because otherwise the market itself, I'm very not convinced will regulate with regard to the Internet of Things. Of course, those enterprises that have been producing software, they know how to do it secure, or at least they can understand how to do it secure, and they have an incentive to do it secure. But the large majority of connected devices is not produced by those companies. Sorry, again, if I'm speaking too much.
Reina, I wanted to intervene. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a reaction to the reaction to what Luca was saying. Let me nuance this. Of course, I mean, like many manufacturers of now connected stuff are not originally, like traditionally professionals of this, but who has been? I mean, you know, the internet has been here for what, 30 years? We were hardly born, me at least. You know, but that's not the point. The point is we are nearly in 2023. So, you know, hiding all over again behind, oh, but I didn't know, that's not okay either, right? In the sense that when everyone was experimenting in the late 90s, in the early 2000s, it was okay to, you know, move forward, break fast, you know, move fast, break things, whatever, you know, leitmotif big corporations can think of, and so on and so forth. But in 2023, I mean, we are a month away, right? This is starting to be largely unacceptable, to hear people who have already, you know, who want to invade other markets, who want to engage into digital transition or transformation of their products to diversify, to augment, you know, revenues and so on and so forth, by saying, oh, but well, we'll do, you know, we'll do quick and dirty just because we need money. And yeah, well, too bad if people don't care about this. This is not, you know, incentives go both ways. One way of incentives to go is to, especially if we think in terms of policy, is to say, look, guys, for those of you who accept that, you know, time to market can be slower, but because you want to protect yourself and the users, will basically, you know, give value back by, I don't know, well, decreasing, you know, taxes for a given period of time or whatever. But there must be, and I'm saying must and not should, there must be, you know, incentives and sanctions, because again, it's not acceptable for people, you know, like Barbie, to name, you know, not to name them, but for Mattel, you know, and the Barbie, who used to do a connected doll that was listening on kids and that allowed anyone to speak to kids, you know, from afar. I mean, those people, even though technology is not their core expertise, it is not acceptable for people who have largely the budget to hire and to outsource the production of those tools to just not embed security into it. You know, like, again, and people are like, users are starting to be increasingly concerned about security, just because we are hearing about attacks, compromissions, breaches, and whatnot every day, and an increasing number of people have been targeted or being victims of those incidents. So they are concerned about this. The problem is that they do not have the means to impose this on the people they buy stuff from. And that's where we have this disequilibrium, you know, where basically people do want and they expect, because when you go to the supermarket, you don't expect to be buying stuff that's, you know, good and stuff that's past, you know, date of consumption, right? You go and you don't look at the date just because you are used to, you know, even though you have never read that law, that the food that's in the supermarket, it is good for you to buy and eat. We do not have the equivalent of this for technology. And that's where, for me, you know, the problem is, again, not just that you can have, you know, startups who decide to test out things and so on and so forth. It's the problem that they do it outside of a way to for everyone to see what they're doing. And I'm not talking proprietary stuff here, not talking IP, you know, intellectual property. I'm talking, well, saying what you do and how you do it. You know, we have those scandals about food. When are we going to have equivalent scandals about technology, right? That's where I kind of, you know, disagree with you when you say people don't care. Well, they do. They just don't know how to make their voices heard. And again, we as policymakers also struggle to give value to people who do good, right? I mean, how many cybersecurity marketing efforts have you seen recently? How many companies who do have efforts to do cybersecurity and to do it right have an actual communication campaign to say, here is how we protect you? I could count 2 or 3, which is a shame, right? I mean, why aren't you transforming those efforts for privacy and security into a unique selling point? And I saw Jean-Jacques has a comment.
Yeah, I'll let the floor to Jean-Jacques. Also, check the chat. We have a colleague asking us to reflect on the existing responsible cybersecurity practices or best practices worldwide. We answered a bit, but, well, Jean-Jacques, you have the floor.
Thank you. I react on the last point, but also just more widely. Like we do have ongoing campaigns to help our users on safety and cybersecurity, both on our platforms, but also out there in the physical world, if you will. Just a couple of points on this one. Like 150,000 scholarships has been given by Google for the Google Career Certificate for things like IT support and data analytics. We go out there proactively. We organize online safety seminars, that sort of thing, and that's not just for students, although that's a large part, but you know, for educators, for companies, etc. And then we help also with the propagation of standards. And it goes to the points I was making about supply chains, where certainly for the products that we're involved with, we look at the entire supply chain. So it's not just about what we make ourselves, it's also all the people that work with us And there's this concept that we have in cloud, which is zero trust. It means we cannot assume that we should trust any supplier or any particular equipment or service. We have to assume that there could be a flaw from anywhere, and so we have to be doubly careful. So we have to and so by trying to do that, we try to do it with a wider ecosystem and sort of to spread our practices. Then there's a number of efforts we do, you know, sponsoring various communities like the open source community to try and do more awareness raising research into this, etc. So I think that there are efforts, but I would agree with you that there's just not enough. There should be much more out there talking to the general public and helping them. It depends from country to country. Some countries are very good. I see. I go sometimes on countries where I see ads about very, you know, basic sort of cyber health on buses, and it's wonderful. You see that in Singapore, for instance. You see the local regulator IMDA has got lots of cyber safety advice everywhere. It's very visible. I don't know if it works, but they try at least, right? I know there's a lot of phishing attempts, for instance, in Singapore, so there's a lot of advertising on that by the government, and that's great. I'd love to see that more. I just want to mention that, like, I think a number of, you know, there's a discussion to be had with governments as well about what you were saying about, you know, how we look at product safety, and my point about sort of thinking about what laws we already have, and perhaps it's reinterpreting the laws and thinking about them in a more practical, effective way that works today. There was a lot of work done in the UK about consumer IoT, and I think the work is continuing, right? So they came out with a code of practice in, I think, 2018, and there was a consultation in 2021, and a lot of these points came out. And I think the jury's out, right? There's more to think about, and I think there's probably a bit of both of what you, Lorena, and Luca were saying, which is we need to push and to pull. We need to encourage and spread the good practices. That's what we try and do. And then what we need to see, you know, we do have those product safety laws. Are we applying them to the right extent when there are products that are defective? There should be rules for consumers already. Perhaps it's what it takes is the sort of approach that the Council of Europe has taken in other areas, where they don't automatically propose a new law, but they might provide guidance about how to reinterpret a particular legal framework in a new setting. So perhaps that's one thing to think about.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. I was thinking of a new Convention 108 on IoT, but that's maybe just dreaming. Well, time flies. We asked with Sami for 4 hours, but sadly we could not get it. We wanted to thank you for the great discussion, Raina, Luca, Jean-Jacques. Maybe I was checking on the chat and on the QA pod if anything was flying, but that's not. We were very clear on the statements. So I would like to thank you all. I'll give the floor to Sami for a quick word also.
Thank you very much for your presence today and for the insights that you provide us from different angles, legal one, human rights, technical policy. So we had like a large overview of this issue, and discussion will carry on, and hope we'll meet in next IGFs or other conventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.